Hey friends, before we get started, whether you're new here or you're a regular, make sure you hit that subscribe button and tap the bell so you never miss a thing. We're on our journey to 25,000, and with your help, we'll get there in no time. Thanks for all that you do. Now, on with the show. I've never been great at remembering my teenage years clearly. Most of it blurs together. Bad food, cold dorm rooms, and the constant hum of fluorescent lights. But every now and then, something pulls one of those memories into sharp focus. A sound, a hallway, a name. And lately, it's been happening more often. I went to a girls' boarding school in the late 80s. Remote campus, rigid rules. The type of place that parents send their kids when they didn't know what else to do with them. It wasn't awful, just isolating. We kept each other sane, and even then, not always. Back then, I brushed off strange moments, the things people swore I'd done or said when I knew I hadn't. I just assumed they were mistaken. But now that I'm older, those little cracks in my memory, they feel more like missing pieces. There was one time a teacher pulled me aside in the hallway, asked if everything was okay. I said, sure. She frowned and said, you were outside the faculty lounge, just standing there for almost 20 minutes. I had no idea what she was talking about. I told her that she must have seen someone else. She didn't argue, just gave me this odd searching look and said, you walked away when I called for you. Okay, sure I did, I thought. But another girl, Marisol, once asked why I hadn't said hi to her. We passed each other in the second floor hallway, she said. I was heading toward the east stairwell, only I wasn't. I was in the laundry room with 2 other girls at the time. But Marisol insisted. She said I'd looked right at her, and that I didn't even blink. I'd forgotten most of this, honestly. It felt like harmless weirdness at the time. Teenagers being dramatic, confusing faces in dim hallways. But last year I got an email from Emma, one of the girls that I still talk to from back then. She opened with small talk, the usual catch-up stuff. But toward the end she said, do you remember that night with the basement door? And just like that, I felt it all come back. She said that she woke up around 1 a.m. and saw me standing in the common room. Just standing there. She called out and I didn't respond. Just turned and walked to the far end where the basement door was. The door was always locked, off limits to students. She said I reached for the knob and the door opened for me, without hesitation. And then I stepped inside and it shut behind me. She said she waited. And a few minutes later, the door opened itself. I came back out, walked right past her without a glance, and went down the hall. Only, that was impossible. I remember that night. I had strep throat and was asleep in my bed. Emma even came to check on me the next morning, brought cough drops from the nurse. When I asked her if she was messing with me, she said, I used to think that maybe I dreamed it, but I still remember how your face looked in that hallway light. I know it wasn't a dream. Emma may not have been lying, but I know that it wasn't me. And I call her crazy, but she's not the only one who saw me where I wasn't supposed to be. This happened back in the early 2000s. I was in my 20s and my best friend Liam and I decided to take a weekend camping trip to the Siskiyou Mountains. Nothing too rugged, just a couple of nights, a borrowed tent, and enough beer to make it feel like a real break from life. We set up near a little ridge with a great view of the valley. It was late October, cool enough that we had to keep the fire going most nights. We talked about nothing, life, work, girls. Just a nice trip. The first night passed without issue. Second day we hiked, found a good spot near the river, cooked some food over a fire. Everything was normal. But But the second night, I don't know what happened. I remember saying I was going to gather firewood before it got too dark. I wandered off just a little, maybe 20, 30 yards. Found a few decent branches, snapped some dry ones off a log. I couldn't have been gone for more than 10 minutes. When I came back, Liam was sitting stiffly by the fire, staring into the flames like he'd been trying to burn a hole through them. I dropped the wood in a pile and said something dumb like, "Hope I didn't miss any ghost stories." But he didn't even laugh, just wouldn't even look at me. I sat down across from him and tried to shake it off. Maybe he was tired. Maybe the cold was getting to him. We sat in silence for a long time. Eventually, he muttered, "You seem off." I asked what he meant. He finally looked at me just for a second and said, "You weren't moving right." That stuck with me. I laughed, made a crack about him needing sleep, and said, "When?" He said, "A couple of seconds ago." What was that about? Why were you moving like that? I had no idea what he was talking about. Well, we left it alone, went to bed. The next morning, he was up before me, packed, quiet. We drove home with barely a word between us. I didn't really push it. Figured we got on each other's nerves out there or something. It happens. We didn't talk much after that. Drifted. No falling out, just the slow fade of adult life. Then, about 5 years ago, we met for coffee while I was passing through his city. It was the first time I'd seen him in over a decade. Halfway through the conversation, he brought it up. "That night by the fire," he said, "I thought you were going to kill me." I blinked. "What?" He looked dead serious. "When you came back, or before you came back, something was wrong. You were moving all crazy, holding your knife all crazy. Your face, it wasn't moving or saying nothing, just blank. You stared at me for a long time before you finally ran off. I don't know what I saw, but it wasn't the same guy that came back a few minutes later. I could never shake it." I tried to laugh it off again, but Liam didn't smile. Just looked out the window. I know I should be able to laugh, but man, really creeped me out. I didn't laugh that time, but I told Liam I never came back dancing with a knife. I don't know what he saw either, but I definitely didn't do that. He seemed to believe me, but the whole thing, I'll just never forget that. Here's something I've never really been able to wrap my head around. Basically, this is how my last relationship ended, but the story is less about that and more about why or what the hell happened. I didn't think much of it the first time. I thought my girlfriend was joking, maybe trying to freak me out. We were brushing our teeth, standing side by side at the sink when she said, "Why were you standing outside the kitchen window last night?" I paused, toothbrush still in my mouth. "What?" She looked at me through the mirror, serious. "I woke up around 2 a.m. I went to get water, and you were just there, standing on the fire escape, staring in." I laughed. "You mean outside?" She didn't laugh back. "You didn't blink, and you didn't move. It scared me, so I told you to come in, but you wouldn't respond to me. So I went to go put on my robe and go out there to get you myself, but..." She paused at that point, like she didn't want to finish her sentence. I tried to joke again, something about sleepwalking or body doubles, and she cut me off. "Don't. It wasn't funny," she said. "You were asleep in bed right after. Like, how did you get inside first, or whatever?" Anyways, we argued about that for a while. I obviously wasn't standing out by the fire escape, but I could tell that she was serious, that she'd seen me. After that, she stopped mentioning it. but I noticed her checking the window locks more than usual. We lived on the second floor. There wasn't even a ladder to the fire escape. You'd have to climb up the side of the building to get there. But I guess she was genuinely worried I was sleepwalking or something. A few nights later, I came home to find her in the living room, with the lights off, just kind of sitting in silence. When I asked her what was wrong, she just wouldn't look at me. She said that something happened in the shower. That earlier during her shower, she heard me shout from the bedroom, something casual like, "Hey, do you want to order dinner?" But she knew I wasn't home, and the tone was just off, but it was my voice. She said it could have been someone being friendly and trying to sound like me, but that didn't make it any better. She thought that it was weird. So she stepped out of the bathroom to check, and the bedroom was empty. I argued that I hadn't been home, and she said that she knew that, but she wanted to tell me anyways. A couple days passed, and then our upstairs neighbor caught me in the stairwell. "You feeling better?" she asked. Yeah?" She gave me a half smile. "You were pacing out back the other night, muttering to yourself. I almost said hi, but you didn't look like you wanted to talk." I told her I hadn't been outside. She frowned, like she didn't believe me. "Maybe you've got a twin." I told my girlfriend the story. It seemed to only make things worse for her. She told me that she kept hearing me when I wasn't there, that the apartment made her feel crazy. The next few weeks were tense. She slept with headphones in. I started keeping the closet doors shut, and for no other reason than a gnawing discomfort that I couldn't really name. Nothing ever moved, nothing attacked us, but I could feel something settling in like a bad draft. It was quiet, but constant and slow. Then one night I woke up and she was gone. No note, no text, just gone. She came back the next morning to pack a bag. I didn't ask where she went, but before she left, she just stood in the doorway and said, "I don't think whatever this is wants to hurt me. I just think it really likes mimicking you, and that makes me uncomfortable." And then she just walked out. Honestly, I almost could have chalked this up to her just coming up with a really clever excuse to break up with me, but I can't really explain my neighbor. I don't have a rational reason to feel as uneasy in my place as I do. I just do. This was in the early winter of '94, back when I was working nights at a small regional hospital in Kansas. I was in my late 20s then, still new enough to the job that I hadn't grown numb to it. The building was older, cinder block walls, linoleum floors that echoed even soft footsteps. Like I said, it was a pretty small hospital, so things stayed quiet unless something went wrong. We were understaffed that month. Flu season had slammed us hard, and I was picking up shifts wherever I could. Sometimes I would be working 20 or 24 hours straight. It was the kind of fatigue that settled into your bones. You start to forget if something happened yesterday or last week. There was a patient in recovery, Mr. Holbrook, older man, maybe late 60s, 70s. He'd come out of a minor surgery just fine, but they were keeping him overnight due to his age and blood pressure. I'd only met him once during intake. Gentle guy. Liked crossword puzzles, wore thick glasses, and called everyone kiddo. The night after his procedure, I wasn't even on his floor. I was 2 levels down in postnatal, helping with a colicky baby whose mother was too weak to sit up. I never left that floor, except for a break around 1:30 a.m., and even then, I just stepped outside for some cold air. The next morning, when I came back for a swing shift, a coworker stopped in the break room and said, "Hey, Holbrook was asking for you." I blinked. "Why?" She shrugged. "He said you sat with him, that you sang with him." I actually laughed at that. Sang? I can't carry a tune. She looked serious. He was so sure. Said you came in around 3 in the morning, pulled a chair up next to his bed and hummed something. Some lullaby his mother used to sing. called it the nicest thing anyone's ever done for him. It was sweet, if weird, but people under medication remember things strangely all the time. I would have left it at that if it hadn't come up again. A few nights later, I was back in surgical recovery. Just after I clocked in, another nurse, Danielle, asked if I'd already made my rounds. "Nope," I said, "just walked in." She gave me this strange look and said, "You were just standing in Holbrook's doorway. I saw you. You looked distracted." I thought she was messing with me, but she looked spooked. "I actually said your name and you didn't even turn." I brushed it off as stress. Maybe someone else in scrubs looks like me from behind. We all wore similar uniforms. But then Janet, one of the older nurses, even chimed in. "I heard the humming the other night. That was nice." Later in that shift, I finally saw Holbrook. He was sitting up reading a tattered mystery novel. When I came in to check his vitals, he smiled. "Same song last night," he said softly. "You've got a voice like my mother's. Thank you." I didn't correct him. I didn't know what to say. I'd been charting all night. I hadn't stepped foot in that room until just then. A week later, he was discharged and sent home. I don't know what became of Mr. Holbrook, but that room, I tended to avoid it as much as possible. And when I had to go in, I'd leave the light on, even during the day. I never did hear that humming for myself. Not really. But once or twice during long nights when the hallways were still and every monitor had settled into that steady rhythm, I thought I caught something low and familiar drifting down the corridor, like a tune that I should know but I couldn't place. And just once, I turned a corner and caught a glimpse of someone, a shape that for a moment looked like mine, and then it was gone. I think about this a lot. I know that I wasn't sitting with Holbrook, but something kind did sit with him those nights. When I first moved out to New York, I rented a downstairs mother-in-law apartment for $600 a month. There was a full bathroom down there, water, garbage, even cable was paid for. It was a beautiful house, 10 minutes east of Buffalo. The couple that owned the house were also the ones living above me, and for the most part, we got along incredibly well. They were in their mid-50s, treated me like a daughter. I was in my early 20s and greatly appreciated the kindness, especially while I acclimated. It wasn't like an everyday thing, but anytime I had a question or needed anything, their side of the adjoining door would always be unlocked for me. Out of respect, though, it was seldom that I'd use that door. There were a few plumbing issues I had to go up there for, but I tried not to be a nuisance while I was under their roof. Besides a leaky toilet, the only other issue I came to them about, well, they weren't as overly helpful for, and it got kind of weird. I'd been there for a little over a week. I'd basically just moved in, and the little belongings I did take with me were still stacked in boxes. Most of them were set up against the wall, but I had a few by my bed that I was using as a makeshift table. The box I was using carried my old childhood stuffed animals, the ones I promised myself I'd never get rid of. I'm sure a lot of adults had or have a box like this. I had my alarm clock and a can of soda on it when I started to fall asleep. Laying in bed, I'm turned to my side, facing the box table. My eyes are closed at the time, but I hear the sound of the aluminum can being slid off of the cardboard. I open my eyes just in time to watch the soda fall off of the edge and spill onto the ground. I got up right away to clean it, using a towel to soak up the liquid. I was down there next to the box, and it looked like one of the flaps were unfolded and raised a bit. It hadn't happened the first 2 nights of me using it the same way. I didn't know how it could have scooted off the side of the box like that, but the mess occupied my primary focus. The next night, though, when it happened again, I jumped up with a little more curiosity as to how it happened again. I knew I'd put my drink dead center of the box, so when I heard it slide all the way off and splash onto the floor, I was upset. I got up and ran for a towel to clean it, but that night, when the floor was dry, I didn't immediately go back to bed. Instead, I looked all around the box, inside and out, trying to figure out what the problem was, but I couldn't find anything. The next thought was that it was a rodent or something like that, until one of the stuffed animals, one with electronic bits, started moving and singing inside the box. Its startling, distorted version of Yankee Doodle Dandy acted like an alarm in the silent, dark room, and I thrashed through the stuffed animals until I found the one that was active. It was a teddy bear, dressed in a Civil War costume. When I grabbed it in my hands, its music stopped. The batteries were already missing when I went to pull them out. I've had that stuffed bear probably the longest out of all of them. It's old. Could have been wiring, I guess, but without any power from batteries. It didn't make sense to me. And the more I thought about it, the more it made me feel uneasy. It also wasn't the reason for the box flap opening, just a separate thing that happened in tandem. The stairway that led to the door upstairs had old wood steps. I also had a door that I could shut at the bottom of the stairs in my room, and on multiple occasions through the wall, I heard the upstairs door open, and the creaks of the wood, like someone was coming down the stairs. But the door would never open. The footsteps would never go back up the stairs either, only down. Worse than that, I woke up a handful of times to see that the stairwell door was wide open. Every time I would have to get out of bed and close it again, making sure to never look into the actual stairwell as I did. Random stuff like this kept happening, so I finally went upstairs to ask the couple point blank if their house was haunted. I didn't care if I looked crazy, and it was either that or start the conversation by asking if they have large rodents. However, they were still offended, raised their eyebrows like my question hung with a rotten odor in the kitchen. I said, "This is a pretty old house. Do you think it's haunted?" And to this, both of them got looks of repulsion on their face. The woman answered my question in a snappy tone, saying, "Not in the least bit." I just said, "Oh, okay," and then walked back downstairs feeling foolish. I wasn't in a position to move, and there was no way that I'd find a place to rent for that cheap. I knew that as fact. What I also knew as fact was that no matter what the couple upstairs thought, their house was haunted. I'm convinced most everything on the East Coast is haunted, because that's where the American story began. People have been living and dying on the East Coast way longer than the West. All the architecture's old. It's extremely beautiful, but haunted up the kazoo. I had 2 windows in the room, one on the door that pointed toward the side driveway, and another window that pointed toward the front yard. I once got up to go to the bathroom, and I saw a man standing outside the fence of the front yard, staring at the house. He was partially lit by a street light further down the road. By their stature, I assumed it was a man that I was looking at. It looked like he was wearing a black raincoat with the hood up. He was more of a silhouette than anything. I stayed low even though my blinds were down and the room was dark. I didn't think that he could see me, but I couldn't be sure. It wasn't clear what he was even doing there. I watched him until I couldn't hold my bladder, and in the time I ran to use the bathroom, he was gone by the time I got back to the window. My stomach sank when I saw the gate to the front yard was unlatched. It sank even further when the other window lit up from the motion sensor lights in the driveway. My back was already against that wall. The light coming in from the driveway made a perfect illuminated square in the carpet of my room. And then it started to blink, almost like Morse code, but in reality, it was the person's body blocking the light every time they looked into my room. The shadow rapidly went back and forth outside the window. The phone, which was a landline at the time, was all the way across the room. I didn't want to risk being spotted. I thought the couple upstairs had to be aware of what was going on, but all was quiet upstairs. All was quiet everywhere. It came to me that as fast as the guy was moving outside, he wasn't kicking up the gravel. Still, I watched his shadow continue to dart around. Then one swoop was his final, and the window's light became a stagnant yellow glow until the sensor's timer shut them off. That's when I felt safe, leaving my crouch spot on the wall and returning to my bed. I moved to New York for a corporate job at the clothing company, and anticipating my career path, I expected New York to be my new permanent residency. I wanted it to feel like home, starting with the place I was currently staying at, but no matter how much I decorated that room, fear would envelop the aesthetics. It was probably my internal stress, probably what made me feel so isolated at work, but I couldn't shake the feeling that people didn't like me. I wouldn't even say didn't like, because that would mean I crossed their minds past eye contact. I myself felt like the ghost in the office that I worked at. Nobody on my team asked me questions. Nobody looked at me twice, besides to ask if I'd finished whatever project I was on. It was fast-paced, stressful, and overwhelming, to do with a lack of sleep, especially. And I'd often find myself behind that blockade of tired fog in the mornings because my sleep being interrupted by various but unyielding disturbances. Ambiguous thumps and bumps, those were a regular occurrence that the couple upstairs had no clue about. I never argued, but I knew they were lying. Some of these noises were big enough to shake the house, like someone throwing a sledgehammer through the wall. In a series of horrendous events one night, I'm woken up by a tremendous boom. The sound lasts half a second. In the house, it's silent again. When I sat up in bed, in the pitch-black room, I see a line of light under the bathroom door. It was directly across from my bed, and the lights were unmistakably on. Unfortunately, I knew with all my soul that I'd turned that light off earlier. The room was dark when I went to sleep. I contemplated just leaving it on, but what I couldn't ignore was the crying that began shortly after I'd sat up. Retelling this part feels like a twisted dream, but I wake up to adrenaline pumping through me at an immodest rate. As I got to the illuminated door, I put my ear against it, and I could still hear the sound of crying coming from inside. And that's when I turned the handle, and I opened it to see a bony, cadaverous woman sitting in the bathtub. She was staring down into the water, sobbing, but slowly raised her head to meet my terrified frozen stare. She was completely nude, long black hair that hung down past her shoulders, with a few tangled strands in front of her face. The eyes that looked back at me were blue. The whites had changed into an irritated red from the tears. Her skin was covered in scars. Her chest, arms, and thighs all had long marks of healed tissue. As scary as the sight was, I was also struck with a deep sadness for the woman. Through our gaze, she shared her hurt with me. My body absorbed the sorrow, and I felt her loneliness, and it physically brought me to my knees. I accompanied her weeping with my own soft whimpers. It's like all of my insecurities, anxieties, the intrusive thoughts that I tried to keep away, they all came at me at once, like a pack of wolves to my worn-down spirit. I was on my hands and knees, my mind sliding down a spiral into darker and darker territory, when a small splash of water sprinkles across my fingers. More water slaps onto the ground, and it sounds like it's sloshing from over the edge of the tub. The spritz I got pulled me off of my dejected slide and teleported me back into the moment, the rational feelings that came with it, which was pure heart-galloping terror. Right when that primal adrenaline shot through me, It re-tightened my senses, and my legs somersaulted me backwards, while my hand somehow closed the door behind me. I don't know how I did a move like that. My body acted without me. I didn't sleep in the bed that night. I grabbed my blankets, and I went to go sleep the rest of the night in my car, but even that was short-lived. In my passenger seat, I intentionally laid facing away from the room, but I made the mistake of looking over my shoulders. I saw her face, her blue eyes, looking out at me through the window. I started to cry again too, but this time it was because I was out of options. Seeing her again only confirmed that yes, along with the shit job I moved out here for, it's confirmed. My place of residency is no longer a viable option. In my car, I started the engine. Headlights turned on, radio turns on. I see it's close to 4 a.m. I would have had to be up in a half an hour to get ready for work. That obviously wasn't going to happen. This time, I let out one of those end-of-the-world cries. I think I had a tiny mental breakdown after that because I became absolutely enraged, blood-boiling angry. How fucked this situation was. I was punching my steering wheel, screaming at the top of my lungs, but that didn't feel cathartic enough. So I unrolled my window, held out my left arm, and raised my middle finger high. Then I continued screaming at the top of my lungs, fuck you, fuck you. And then I peeled out of their driveway, making sure my back tires blasted gravel at the metal garage door. I was never coming back. I kept my window down, yelling, fuck you, New York, fuck you, all the way to state lines. My tears stung with resentment, hurting my eyes and making me more aggravated the whole 2-hour trip home. There's more than a few toll booths with dents on the side of their change deposit bowls. I haven't stopped saying it, and I'll keep saying it until the day I die on my deathbed. I want my last words that I utter to my loved ones to be, fuck New York. For this story, we're going back to the early 90s, when I was 18. A little context for my younger friends. There were no cell phones, no internet, and no GPS. If you wanted to meet your friends somewhere, you made plans in advance and prayed that they showed up. If you got lost, you had to stop and ask for directions or learn to read a paper map. A skill I could never master, but it's not important here. Okay, now that everyone's caught up, on with our main event. One weekend, myself and 2 friends made plans to go camping. We were originally supposed to meet at my house Saturday morning and drive to the site together. But my grandmother had a stroke the day before our trip. Thankfully, it was minor, but she needed someone to get her home and help watch over her for a little while. My mom was a lawyer and in court when it happened, so I drove the hour to Granny's and got settled in. My mom didn't arrive until pretty late Friday night, so I canceled with my friends, and we decided that I would just meet them at the campsite. My gear had already been loaded in the car anyway, and it would be quicker to go straight there. Now, we hadn't actually gone to this spot before. We wanted to try something new, and the place that we heard about was roughly an hour and a half away. I managed to get there by noon. My friends, however, did not. These days, if someone is 15 minutes late, you can call or text, but I just had to wait, and wait, and wait. Especially since it was a long drive, I had to account for if they got a late start, if they got lost on the way, if they stopped for gas or snacks, all of that. After nearly 3 hours, I felt close to death. Boredom is fatal, after all. I drove 15 minutes back to the nearest payphone, and I called my friend's house. No one answered. I called the other friend's house, and again, no answer. So I called my grandmother's house to see if they had left a message. They had not. I went back to the camping grounds and waited for another hour. Nothing. Went back to the payphone and finally got through to my friends. Apparently, Jen's car wouldn't start, and Judy couldn't borrow her brother's car until the next morning. And they couldn't find the paper that I wrote my grandmother's number on. Basically a perfect storm of bullshit. Ultimately, we decided to ditch school on Monday and keep our camping plans anyway. Now I had a choice to make. Drive home and right back again. Camp alone. No thanks. Or get a hotel. I opted for the hotel room. There was a cheap, run-down spot 15 minutes down the highway. And that was plenty good enough for me. I checked in and planned to watch TV until I fell asleep. On 3 different occasions, the TV randomly shut off by itself, but turned back on no problem. The volume also turned itself up and down at random, which got really annoying, but I blamed it on a janky motel TV and shoddy wiring, because the lights kept dimming and brightening too. On top of that, the people in the room next to me were annoying as hell. I assumed that they must have had kids because it was too chaotic to be anything else. They kept banging into the wall, laughing like little jackals. Not once did I hear their parents do anything about it. But again, it was par for the times. It had been a long, exhausting day. By 10, I was ready to go to sleep and get the night over with. As soon as I turned the lights off, someone started knocking on my door. I got up to check. No one outside. I immediately thought of the kids next door and started getting angry. It was one thing to be loud little shits, but to screw with me directly, that was too far. I shouted into the night that I would call the front desk if they did it again. I got back into bed, and within 10 minutes, it happened again, even louder this time. I ran to the door, but they were already gone. I didn't hear them go back into their room, so they had to be hiding nearby. I looked around the corners, behind the car. Still nothing. And that's when I realized mine was the only car on this side of the lot. I walked to the front desk and told the clerk my story. It was a young girl, probably not much older than me, and the look on her face instantly freaked me out, because she clearly knew something she didn't want to say. I had to drag it out of her. Not only were the rooms next to me empty, the rest of the motel was empty. I was the sole customer that evening. The girl tried to reassure me and get me back to my room, but I was pretty worried about what kind of creep was out there messing with me. Kids were one thing, but now it felt dangerous. Finally, she confessed that lots of people made the same complaints, that their employees never lasted long, because everyone thought the motel was haunted. I hadn't even complained about the lights and TV when she confessed that also happened all the time, even in the lobby. Apparently some man had kidnapped his 2 children back in the 60s. Pulled a murder-suicide when the cops knocked on their door. I was thoroughly freaked out, but I went back to my room. What else was I going to do? I certainly wasn't going to drive home at that point, but an older, wiser me definitely would have. I got back into bed and there was another loud knock on the door, just as I was finally drifting off. I didn't open the door that time. Instead, I just waited it out. Once it stopped, it didn't start again, and I finally fell asleep until about 3 a.m., and that's when the covers were violently ripped off of me. I bolted upright to see them piled on the floor at the foot of the bed. My heart was already racing, and that alone was enough to do me in. But then I noticed movement in the corner. There was a straight-up transparent girl staring at me. Literally transparent. I could see the wallpaper print through her body. She looked like she was 8 years old, but half of her head was missing. I felt sick and terrified and numb all at once. I wanted to scream, but nothing would come out. Then, right in front of me, the girl walked through the wall and disappeared. That's all I needed. I jumped out of bed, grabbed my bag in a single movement. Never before or since have I moved that fast. I didn't go back to the front desk. I just got in my car and sped out of there like something was chasing me, because I assumed it was. Suddenly, sleeping in the campground parking lot didn't seem so crazy at all, or scary. I couldn't actually sleep, of course, but I had no problem waiting until dawn. Once the sun was up, I found a diner, got some breakfast. My friends actually showed up on time, but they didn't believe my story about the motel. I dared them to stay there for a night if they were so skeptical, but they weren't willing to try it for themselves. The camping trip was fine once we got into it. Everything was so normal that the abnormal was easy to let go of, but I never completely forgot. This is the first time that I've told this full story since telling my friends. I know the whole thing sounds crazy, but if there was a safe place to share my experience, this felt like the one. Thanks for listening. Not my usual kind of post, but I guess I'm looking for someone who might have gone through something similar. Or maybe just a place to write it down so I don't feel so crazy. Either way, here goes. For context, I live a pretty boring life. Same town my whole life, work from home for a small marketing company. I don't go out much aside from groceries or the occasional coffee shop trip. I've got a small circle, my sister, 2 close friends, and my partner, Jamie. That's about it. It started about 6 months ago. My friend Mia texted me, asking if I'd gotten a new job. I said, no, why? She responded, weird, I saw you at the Shell station on Sycamore wearing a hospital badge. Even waved, but you didn't look at me. Thing is, I never go to that gas station. It's in the opposite direction of everything I do, and I definitely don't work at a hospital. I laughed it off, told her maybe I had a twin that I didn't know about. She joked that my evil twin snubbed her. I didn't think about it again until about a month later. Jamie and I were watching TV when his phone buzzed. It was a missed call and voicemail from his cousin Jack, who lives about an hour away. We listened to the voicemail together. Jack said something like, hey, just saw Carrie at the plaza near the theater. Didn't realize you guys were in town. She looked like she was in a rush. I didn't get a chance to say hi. Let me know if y'all want to grab lunch. I was on the couch in sweatpants with a bowl of cereal at the time that Jack said he saw me. And again, the plaza is not somewhere that I've ever been. We both laughed it off. Maybe someone with a similar haircut, whatever. But it kept happening. A cashier at the coffee shop asked if I was feeling better, said I looked sick the day before when I came in. I hadn't been there all week. A neighbor waved at me one morning and later asked if I was house-sitting for someone down the block because she'd seen me coming out of their front door around 7 a.m. That one really unsettled me. Not because she was watching me. If you're from a small town, everyone knows what everyone's doing. Obviously, it unsettled me because I wasn't leaving that house. I don't even know the people in that house. And 7 a.m., I'm barely functioning until 9. But the worst one, the one that made me stop brushing it off, was what happened with my sister. She called me late at night, kind of panicked. I picked up before I could say anything. She said, "Where did you go?" I was confused. I told her that I was at home, in bed. What was she talking about? She said that she'd just seen me outside of her apartment. To be clear, my sister lives about 30 minutes away from me, in a secured building with a gate and keycard access. She told me that she had just parked and was walking up to her door when she saw me across the lot. She waved, and I didn't wave back. Instead, I turned and walked quickly around the corner of the building. She said it was definitely me. Same coat, same posture, same gait, same sister. She even called out my name. I told her that she'd been mistaken, that I wasn't anywhere near her place, and she didn't believe me at first. Actually, she got kind of upset. Said, "Why would you lie about something like that?" I had to FaceTime her, show her my bedroom, my pajamas, the fact that I was clearly not anywhere near her complex. That was the moment her face changed. I watched the realization wash over her in real time. She said quietly, "I swear to God, it was you. I'd bet my life on it." I asked her to describe what she saw. She said I looked tired, like I was avoiding her, but there was something off. She said my face looked tight, and that was the word she used, like I was forcing it to be neutral. And the way I walked, while familiar, it was a little unnaturally stiff. She thought that I was upset with her, avoiding a conversation. I haven't been to her place in months. Since then, she's been a little nervous with me. Not in a dramatic way, just little things. She double-checks plans, triple-checks, confirms things multiple times. She even asked once, "This is really you, right?" Half joking, but not really. And then just last week, Jamie told me something that really upset me. He said that he woke up around 3 a.m. and he saw me standing at the foot of the bed, just staring at him. When he called my name, I didn't move. He blinked, reached for his phone to turn on the flashlight, and I was gone. But I was asleep next to him the whole time. He swears it wasn't sleep paralysis, says he sat up, that he saw someone who looked exactly like me, just watching. Maybe I'm giving him nightmares. Who knows? We tried to debunk it. He was dreaming, maybe it was sleep paralysis, but he's sure of what he saw. I don't really know what to do with any of this. It's not like I can report it. I'd like to file a complaint about my double impersonating me in public. It sounds insane, but people keep seeing me. Not just seeing, but interacting, waving, talking, watching. And every time it's almost me, close enough to fool everyone I love, but not quite right. I know it's irrational, but even the idea of mirrors kind of freak me out now. I don't like the idea that there might be something else walking around in my skin. I haven't seen it myself, but I don't think I want to. Because if I ever come face to face with it, I don't know which one of us will still be standing when it's over. I mean, I have no idea what any of it means. I just know that it unsettles me deeply. I've never told anyone this in full. My wife knows something weird happened, but I've never gone into detail because honestly, I don't think anyone would believe me. I'd prefer to stay anonymous, but I just keep thinking about it over and over, so here goes. This happened about 6 years ago off the coast of North Carolina. I was scuba diving with 2 friends on a wreck that we'd been planning to explore for a while. An old World War II freighter sitting about 90 feet down. Visibility was okay, current wasn't bad. I was the first one down. I should mention that I've been diving for about 15 years. I know my limits. I'm careful with air, depth, decompression. This wasn't my first time diving wrecks either. About 20 minutes into the dive, I broke off slightly from the group to check out a passage under a collapsed portion of the hull. My buddies were nearby, maybe 15 feet off, clearly visible. I saw what looked like an old ladder descending into the sand, half buried. I went down to inspect it, and that's when something changed. The water, it felt thicker, and the temperature, it had dropped, but only around me. It got dark fast. Visibility went from 15 feet to maybe 5 in seconds. It was like a fog bank had rolled in underwater. My dive light started flickering. At first, I thought that it was dying, but I'd just changed the batteries that morning. And that's when I noticed something else. This sound, like a vibration, not mechanical and not marine life. It was low and rhythmic, almost like breathing. Not mine, something big. I turned to signal my buddies, but I couldn't see them anymore. Nothing but cloudy water. I checked my gauges and everything looked fine. I wasn't low on air. I wasn't panicking. Not yet. And then I felt a hand. It closed around my upper arm, firm, cold, and unmistakably human. It wasn't a snag. It wasn't gear. This was a hand. But there was no one there. I spun around fast. My heart was pounding as I did. I was expecting to see one of my friends screwing with me, but no one was there. Just emptiness. My light steadied for a second, and I swear to God, just beyond the beam, I saw a face. Pale, eyes open, but blank. Hair floating upward like seaweed, and then it was gone. I was sort of frozen in place. I didn't know which way was up anymore. My mask fogged slightly, and I realized that I'd started breathing too fast. I forced myself to calm down and check my compass. I turned toward where I thought the wreck was, but it was like the ocean had swallowed it whole. I was just gone from everything. And that's when it got worse. My regulator suddenly stopped pulling air. Not a full failure, just a sudden resistance, like something had clamped down on the flow. My tank had plenty of PSI. I tapped the gauge, nothing. I tried my backup, same thing. In that moment, I was 90 feet underwater, alone, disoriented, and couldn't breathe. Then I felt another touch, this time on my back, not grabbing, pushing, firm and steady. I started rising slowly at first, then faster than I wanted. I should have been inflating my BCD, but I hadn't touched it. My hands weren't even on the controls. Whatever was pushing me, it was guiding me up. I could feel fingers between my shoulder blades. It didn't feel aggressive, just urgent. I broke the surface, gasping, ripping my mask off and coughing. I was almost 100 feet from the dive boat. My friends surfaced about 5 minutes later, panicked. They'd lost sight of me and had been circling the wreck looking for any sign of me. I asked if either of them had grabbed me or seen anyone else down there. They hadn't. I didn't tell them about the hand or the face, not then. Later, when I logged the dive, I checked my depth profile. There was a strange anomaly. My depth jumped erratically for a few seconds before I started ascending, like I'd been lifted. I kept thinking about the face, the hand, the way it felt so deliberate. I even did some digging into the wreck, and it turns out that the ship had gone down in 43 after taking a torpedo. Most of the crew made it off, but 3 were listed as missing, never recovered. Divers say it's one of the more active wrecks, but most people just chalk it up to eerie feelings or cold spots. I know what I felt. Someone or something down there, and it didn't want me to die. Make of that what you will. This has been happening for a few months now, but I only started writing it down tonight because I just heard myself speak out loud in my apartment while I was sitting in silence. Let me back up a little. I live alone, 1-bedroom apartment in a decent part of town, 3rd floor, quiet neighbors. I'm a night owl. I do audio editing for a podcast network, and I spend a lot of time with headphones on, isolated, focused. It's a solitary life, but I like it. A few months ago, I was editing late, probably 2 a.m., when I caught something strange in one of the files. It was just a casual interview, 2 people talking about urban planning, harmless stuff. But around the 14-minute mark, I heard my name, clearly, my full name. It came through like a whisper, not from the guests, not from background noise. I know my voice. It was my voice. I replayed it 20 times, ran it through filters, boosted the gain, reversed it, checked for edits. There was no explanation, just this low, breathy whisper in my own voice, saying, "Aaron, can you hear me?" I thought maybe I was losing it. Chalked it up to sleep deprivation or audio pareidolia. I didn't mention it to anyone. But it didn't stop. I've heard myself in the hallway when I'm brushing my teeth. Heard myself humming in the shower when I wasn't making a sound. Heard laughter, my laughter, coming from the bedroom while I was in the kitchen. I froze mid-step with a knife in my hand and dish soap still on my fingers. At first, I thought maybe I was playing back recordings without realizing it. I checked everything. Disabled smart speakers, disconnected my phone from Bluetooth. Nothing changed. It only happens when I'm alone, though. And then came the night that I heard myself crying. It was soft, from the closet. I didn't even move at first. I just kind of stood in the middle of my apartment, like my brain was buffering. It went on for maybe 30 seconds. And then it stopped all at once. When I finally got the courage to open the door, there was, of course, nothing there. Just coats, boxes, the usual. But the weirdest part, one of my hoodies was wet, like soaked through. I hadn't worn it in weeks. A few days after that, I started locking the closet door at night. And then last week, my sister sent me a voice message, just 5 seconds long. It was me, not just my voice, but me, my tone, my cadence, saying, "Don't listen to her. She's lying." No context, just that one line. I asked my sister where she got it. She said she didn't send it, that she woke up and it was in her sent messages, already marked as read. She thought I sent it. She lives in a different state. We don't prank each other. And she was freaked out too. We got on a video call that night. She kept asking me to say certain words, kept watching my face a little too carefully. Like she genuinely wasn't sure that I was me. And that brings us to tonight. About an hour ago, I was sitting at my desk, no headphones this time, no devices on, just reading something on the couch. And behind me from the kitchen, I heard my voice say, "Hey, Aaron, come here a sec." I didn't move. I just stared down at my hands, and I couldn't help but notice that they were damp, sweating profusely. The voice, it sounded casual, like I'd been standing in the kitchen this whole time, talking to myself. And then I heard it again. "Hey, come here." More insistent. My voice still. I slowly turned my chair, just enough to see the kitchen. Empty, lights off. I sat there for a long time. Eventually I got up and turned on every single light. I checked all the cabinets, every closet. Nothing. I know what I heard. I know my own damn voice, and it keeps finding me. Sometimes I hear myself muttering through the walls, too muffled to make out the words, but the rhythm is right. The way I speak when I'm frustrated or afraid. I feel so sane, but this feels so insane. I haven't told anyone besides my sister. I don't really think anyone's going to believe me, or I'm sure they'll just think I'm crazy. And yeah, I'll make an appointment with the doctor, but I can't explain how real it feels. And the voicemail message to my sister, what's that about? Something's going on. Something's in here with me. I know how it sounds, but it's true. So how do I make it stop? How do I get rid of it? I've read the stories on here. Usually they end with something awful or someone losing their mind, being replaced, or worse. Those are the fears anyway. Maybe mine's a little different. Not less terrifying, just different. I want to start by saying that I've never really believed in the supernatural. Still not sure that I do. I'm a logistics coordinator for a moving company. I wear steel-toed boots and drink gas station coffee for fun. I'm not exactly the type to go chasing shadows. But this thing, this version of me, I've seen it 4 times now. Only ever in profile, never straight on. And the last time, it saved my life. The first time was in a parking garage, middle of the day, sun slicing through the concrete slats. I'd just come out of the dentist. My mouth was numb, brain was fuzzy. I got to the second level, and there I was, leaning against the far wall. Arm bent, foot kicked back like I was waiting for someone. I stopped walking. It was like recognizing someone you knew. It looked exactly like me. Same jacket, same posture, same little bend in the wrist I didn't realize I had until I saw it from the outside and looked down. But the head was turned slightly away. I couldn't see the eyes, just the slope of the nose, the mouth in resting concentration. I blinked, and it was gone. Nothing there but an oil stain and a candy wrapper drifting in the breeze. I figured I imagined that. I thought it was really weird, but I did move on. The second time was 2 weeks later. I was walking downtown, rushing toward the train. I glanced in a window. Some empty storefront with a for-lease sign, and I saw myself inside. Same clothes, just there. It was like a delayed reflection, but the building was empty. No glass, just black space. And the face again half turned, like it was trying not to be caught looking back at me. That time, for some reason, it shook me. I started joking about it to my friends just to make myself feel better. Guess I got a twin stalking me. Hope he's hotter. That kind of thing. But I really couldn't shake it. Those off-angle glimpses of myself, not doing anything menacing, just watching. Then came the dreams. Not nightmares exactly, just flashes. Me, in profile, standing near places I hadn't been to in years. My high school football field, the corner booth at a diner that my mom used to take me to. It was always quiet and always still in these dreams. And then something changed. Last Thursday, I had a morning shift in one of our warehouse units. I was logging inventory and prepping a shipment to head across state lines. Same routine as always. The loading dock has this wide, corrugated ramp that leads out to the back lot. I was wheeling a dolly toward the open bay door when I froze. Standing just beyond the ramp next to the dumpster was me. Not close, maybe 20 yards off, but unmistakable. Same clothes, posture was mine. The scar on my jaw from a bike accident at 16. I didn't need to get closer to know that it was there. But this time it was not the same. This time it moved, not towards me, away, slowly turning its body without ever showing me the full face. And then it pointed, just once, to the side of the ramp, a sharp, deliberate gesture. And then it turned and walked behind the dumpster out of sight. I didn't follow. My skin was crawling, legs locked in place. And then the dolly tipped slightly forward, and I snapped back into motion. I adjusted my grip, rolled down the ramp, and stopped. There was a hairline crack on the ramp that I'd never noticed before. At first, nothing major, but as I bent down, I saw that the concrete had buckled just enough at the bottom lip of the ramp. It had a 4-inch drop I hadn't accounted for. That might not sound like much, but if I'd kept going, pushing the weight that I had, the dolly would have hit that edge wrong, probably would have tipped, and me with it. Maybe a broken wrist, maybe worse. Could have knocked my head right into the steel bay frame, the kind of dumb accident people say freak after. I stopped, looked around. There was no one in the lot, no one but me. I marked the crack with hazard tape and got someone to help me move the heavier stuff. All day I couldn't stop thinking about it, though. Whatever that thing is or was, it didn't try to hurt me. It tried to warn me. It didn't speak or scream or anything crazy, it just pointed. And I listened. That's the part that I keep coming back to. I listened. I've started checking reflective surfaces without realizing it. Windows, puddles, metal siding, always from the side. I keep half expecting to see myself again, just out of sync, far enough to be real, but not real. I just don't know what it is. A guardian, a glitch, some fractured part of my own awareness. I know what I saw, though, and I know that because I saw it and because I followed it, I'm still here, uninjured, still alive. I guess whatever happens next, I can count on the fact that I'll be watching. Both of me, I guess. So a lot of you have probably seen the Urban Explorer videos on YouTube, the ones where people go to remote locations and film abandoned buildings and structures. My best friend and I got kind of obsessed with them. Some of them end up being spooky, but most of them are just really cool and have interesting history. We live in a small town that happens to be surrounded by even more small towns. So we have lots of old abandoned stuff around us. We weren't trying to film ourselves or anything like that. We just genuinely thought that it seemed like a fun hobby. Our first time out, we explored an abandoned factory, a little under an hour from my house. It was completely gutted. Most of the windows were smashed. Our second spot was an elementary school that shut down a few years back. It still had a lot of desks and books in the rooms. Nothing really happened at either location, but we had fun exploring, finding souvenirs. Our third spot was different. We have a lot of mostly unused old dirt roads that twist all through the woods. There's one that used to have a few houses on it, but there's only one left now. It's been empty for a long time, and it's only 30 minutes away, so we thought this will be a good spot for a quick weekday exploration. Between dinner and chores, we didn't actually get out there till just after 9. It was dark, but that was fine. We didn't expect to see much anyway. The house wasn't very big. We were surprised by the amount of furniture and random junk still laying around. Everything was covered in dust and cobwebs like no one had touched it in decades. There were several holes in the walls, and broken glass was all over the floor in every room. One of the 2 bedrooms still had a mattress. It was covered in huge dark brown stains across the middle and the top. The other bedroom had a broken bunk bed frame and a bunch of children's toys and torn-up coloring books. We checked out the kitchen last. There was a huge hole in the roof and rotten lumber all over the floor. Near the back door was another interior door that led to a surprise basement. The stairs were old and falling apart, but I was dumb enough to try them anyway. My friend waited at the top to see if I would make it. I was about halfway down when I felt everything shift. I tried to turn and go back, but the whole staircase collapsed under me. It was a surprisingly long drop. My ankle snapped sideways, and I instantly knew it was broken. When I could move again, I tried to climb out, but I could barely stand upright, let alone put any weight on my bad foot. My friend is a lot smaller than me, too. There was no way that she could pull me out. We didn't have cell service in there. So she walked around outside. Still no luck. Eventually she had to leave me while she drove back far enough to get some reception. Meanwhile, I was left alone in that dark, creepy basement, unable to move. I didn't consider myself an easily frightened person, not until that moment. I'd never been so grateful for a flashlight. Now that it was quiet, I could hear all of the creaking, groaning noises, which made sense. An entire staircase had just fallen. Of course there was creaking and groaning, but it was still eerie, and being able to see that it was nothing made me feel better. And then the flashlight died, like 2 minutes into my friend being gone. It shouldn't have. It had fresh batteries, but that was fine. I still had my phone, right? Nope. I pushed the flash button and nothing happened. It just didn't cut on. I tried to take pictures and the flash didn't work. I tried turning the phone off and it wouldn't come back on. So I didn't have the screen light then. The battery wasn't dead. It was still over 50% when I tried the flashlight. I stood there in the pitch black, unable to move. The noises got louder then. I reminded myself the debris were still settling, and then I started to hear other things. Something heavy fell by the wall to my left. It was a heavy but dull thud, like something soft or wrapped in fabric. It didn't sound like metal or wood. And then it began to slide across the floor. It was almost like when you drag a duffel bag along beside you, if you pause after each step. It was coming towards me. It stopped a few feet away, and everything went completely silent. No more creaking and groaning. No nothing. It felt like a long time, but it was probably only like that for 30 seconds to a minute. Time really slows down when you're alone in the dark. And that's when something suddenly brushed past my leg. It could have been a big rat, but there was no scurry sounds as it ran away. Just a silent but forceful swipe of something shooting past my ankle. I fell backwards but caught myself on the broken stairs and didn't move. I don't think I was even breathing. It had been hot that night. I was sweating through my clothes, but now it felt like the temperature dropped to 50 in an instant. I broke out in goosebumps and my teeth chattered. I was terrified. I'm not saying I wasn't, but it was suddenly very cold too. Every creepy, haunted urban explorer video played in my mind, and I started hoping that it was just some squatter, but knew that wasn't the case. A squatter can't make your electronics stop working or freeze out a room. As these realizations dawned on me, something reached out from the pile of rubble that I was leaned against and wrapped impossibly long fingers around my bicep. Its grip was like icy steel, and I screamed higher than I knew my voice could go. I probably couldn't replicate it if I tried. I was so afraid that I thought I was going to pass out. It was pulling at me, like it was trying to bring me inside the pile of rubble. Just when it felt like my arm was going to break off, I heard a sweet sound, the sound of a truck and loud music. The grip vanished, and the air was warm again. Just like that, in an instant. My friend could hear me screaming, even over the music, and rushed inside with her flashlight. I was crying, and I couldn't explain what happened. She asked why I was sitting in the dark. I told her my flashlight wouldn't work. Of course, it worked fine once I tried to show her it wasn't working. My phone also came back on. No problems at all. Still at 50% battery. Fire and rescue came about 20 minutes later and got me out. It was hands down the most embarrassing and horrifying night of my life. It's going to be a long time, if ever, before I try urban exploring again. If I do pick the hobby up, it'll be only during the day and with a lot more caution. In 2015, I was a college student outside of Seattle, Washington. A few friends of mine wanted to go on a spring break trip to Ocean Shores, a small town on the coast of Washington state. Because we were broke college kids at the time, we decided to book the cheapest place in town, a small motel called Westerly Motel. We were a party of 5 people, 3 guys including me and 2 girls. We were all just friends, bros, so we didn't care about everyone sharing the same room. Arriving at the Westerly Motel, everything was fine. The place had a living room, bathroom, small bedroom. It was pretty small overall, but hey, we got what we paid for. It was agreed that the 2 girls would get the bedroom, and us 3 guys would sleep in the living room. We were there for 3 nights total. The trip itself was fine. There wasn't much to do in Ocean Shores with no money. Our original plan was to see the ocean and the beach, but when we got there, it had all these really smelly and gross things washed up ashore. A local told us it was actually some sort of whale carcass. I have no idea how legit that was, but that stuff was definitely not seaweed, and it smelled horrible. The first 2 nights were completely normal, though. We played board games, drank alcohol. It wasn't until the last night that my experience happened. My two male friends slept on the couch in a chair. No idea how he was even able to sleep, and I was the only person sleeping on the floor. At around 4 a.m., I woke up. I didn't physically get up, I just opened my eyes. I remember reaching my arm over to grab my phone, seeing the time and thinking, I wish it was sunrise already, because the atmosphere was super spooky. It's hard to describe. The air felt stuffy and cold. I know this phrase gets overused a lot, but it literally felt like someone was watching me. The closest thing that I can compare it to is actually a video game about ghosts called Fatal Frame 2. Throughout the game, there's certain rooms that have a high-pitched sound indicating that there's something in there, something for you to interact with. It gives you a sense of something is here. I know that's a weird comparison, but it gives the most accurate feeling that I've ever felt to that night in the motel room. I tried going back to sleep, but I felt so paranoid and scared that I couldn't. I remember my feet were actually shaking because of how scared I was. I tried coughing a little to signal to my buddies on the couch, like, hey, are you guys awake? But no response. The weird thing was that I somehow could just indistinctively tell that the source of all this fear was coming from the bathroom. I was closest to the bathroom because I slept on the ground. Like, I could just feel that something was not right about the bathroom, and it scared the crap out of me, even though I couldn't see anything. It also felt dangerous to move, like the universe was saying, don't get up, don't move, just go back to sleep. You're not supposed to be awake right now. That's literally what it felt like. Thankfully, about 15 minutes or so, I was able to fall asleep. The next morning, everything was pretty much normal. As my friends and I were checking out of the motel, I wanted to ask the front desk, hey, is this place haunted or something? But I chose not to. On the 3 or 4 hour drive back to Seattle, I casually said to my friends, hey, were you guys awake this morning? And to my surprise, my friend actually said something like, at 4 or 5 a.m.? I said yes. And then my friend said yes. Weirdly enough, it got quiet, and we both just knew to leave the conversation at that. It was pretty awkward, but that was literally it. I could tell that he had also experienced what I felt at 4 a.m., and just like me, he didn't want to talk about it. It felt sort of cursed to talk about it, honestly. That was the end of that experience. But fast forward to 2020 during COVID. I was bored and stuck at home, and that Ocean Shores trip came back into my mind. I was curious and just Googled Ocean Shores Westerly Motel. And the first thing that came up was actually a Como 4 news article written in 2014. The article states that in 2014, at that exact motel we stayed in, there was a man who had locked himself in the bathroom in a standoff against police. He'd started a fire and died of smoke inhalation in the bathroom before being taken to the hospital or something. You can find the article itself if you just Google Como News Westerly Motel. When I read that, it scared the hell out of me because I remember that night and I remember sensing something in that bathroom. I would definitely consider myself a skeptic, but that night felt very supernatural. Like you could just feel it in the air that this is not normal. Before that, I had to snicker at anyone saying they felt watched, but now I get it. I was looking at reviews of Westerly Motel and was secretly hoping that someone else had had a similar experience, but alas, nothing. But yeah, I just wanted to share that story. The motel is actually still around, so if by chance anyone else experiences something like this, just know that you're not alone. I've broken mirrors before and walked under ladders, opened umbrellas inside, all that stuff. I don't really believe in curses. I never really have. Nothing's ever come of any of those things. But this last time, I was exploring an abandoned farmhouse with a couple of friends. We're into urban exploration, photography, the usual stuff. We mostly do it for fun, and yeah, maybe we try to spook each other sometimes, but we've never actually seen anything. The house we found was in the middle of nowhere, rural Kentucky, overgrown and rotting from the inside out. Everything smelled like wet wood and animal piss. My friends were outside flying the drone, and I went in solo through what used to be a mudroom. The hallway led to a narrow bathroom, barely big enough to stand in. Rotten floorboards, chipped sink. Everything was smashed except for this one mirror. It was still hanging on the wall above the sink. It was weirdly intact. No cracks, no dust. Like it had been freshly cleaned. I looked at myself for a second. I remember thinking that I didn't look right. My face, something about it. Like I'd been standing there for hours and hadn't realized it. Then the mirror fell. Not slipped, fell. No warning, no sound before it. Just a sudden crack, like the air itself snapped. It hit the tile and shattered, and I swear to God I felt it in my spine, like something ruptured inside of me when it broke. The whole room shifted. I don't know how else to describe it. The walls felt closer. The air went cold, but not like a draft. Cold from the inside out, like something was watching, and it just stood up. I remember stumbling back and hitting the door frame and nearly throwing up. My ears were ringing like I'd been hit with a flashbang. My chest was tight. It didn't feel like I'd just witnessed a mirror fall. It felt like I'd done something wrong. I called out to my friends, and I couldn't hear my own voice, like I'd gone underwater. I booked it out of the house, and I didn't go back in. That night, I couldn't sleep well. I kept thinking about the mirror, how it fell, how it made me feel. I kept seeing my reflection in my head, but not the way it looked. I remember thinking, that wasn't me. When I was 18, I went on my first trip alone to Seattle from Montana. I was alone with my dog, and it was a pretty normal trip overall, except we were driving late at night. I was listening to the BBC talk show on AM, and they were talking about some subject I don't remember, but it was spooky, and the radio was super staticky. We were in an area of I-90 that doesn't have much signal and is pretty much just 100% empty and quiet before the pass. I suddenly got really tired, and my radio wasn't working, so I decided to pull off to sleep. I decided to pull off on a deserted exit with no service before Cle Elum. I believe it was called 6 Mile Road or something like that. Anyway, it was extremely dark. I couldn't see anything to my sides or in front of me. There was fog on the road, swirling around just in front of my headlights. There was absolutely nothing around me for a mile, and the road didn't veer off anywhere. After a bit of driving, I pulled up to this huge white-gray warehouse with no windows. There were several white vans and black cars parked around. They looked very expensive for being in the middle of nowhere. The warehouse was locked by a huge barbed wire fence. I backed up my car a bit and decided to park by the trees since it didn't appear that anyone was around. Everything was still dark and silent. There was no wind, except for a slight breeze carrying the fog around the cement. I turned my car off completely and wrapped myself up in my blanket. I locked all the doors. I was laying there, trying to sleep, and looking at the time on my phone. It was past 2 a.m. That same moment, my car started to physically shake. My dog started whining and hid behind the passenger seat, obviously distressed. I looked outside my window, but everything was pitch black without my headlights. I couldn't see anything, but my car was shaking back and forth, side to side, like something was grabbing it. I turned it on, freaking out, and backed up. There was still nothing around me. except for the strange facility. There were no animals, no people. My car stopped shaking as soon as I backed up. I had this horrible feeling of dread that I was being watched for sure, and that I wasn't supposed to be there. I left the area as fast as I could. When I got back to the road, I noticed that my car's time now said 4:30 a.m., and I had a fourth of tank less gas. It was already getting light out. I don't remember going anywhere, and my phone's time matched the car's. There's only 1 hour of time difference between Montana and Washington, so it wasn't that. I still, to this day, don't know what happened there. I tried looking up the area with my ex on Google Maps a year ago, and I found a weird government facility near Cle Elum with a weird name that may have been the warehouse I went to. I'll have to try to find it again. It definitely feels like something I shouldn't have seen. I'm not sure if this fits here, but I haven't been able to stop thinking about it. Maybe writing it down will help. Last fall, I ran into someone that I hadn't seen in years. Matt, an old friend from high school. We used to be pretty close, but life just kind of happened. New jobs, different cities, the usual drift. I hadn't thought about him in ages, and then suddenly, there he was. It was late afternoon, golden hour light everywhere. I was walking through the little park near my office, the one with the weird circular benches and crooked trees that I like. He was sitting on one of those benches, sipping coffee, watching the breeze move through the trees, just calm. I remember being surprised by how exactly the same he looked. I could have sworn he was wearing the same hoodie he used to always wear, but he had his same smile. We talked for maybe 5-10 minutes, nothing heavy, just catching up. It felt nice, honestly. We spent a lot of time just sitting, watching the breeze move through the trees. We should actually hang out, I finally said. Let me text you this week. He smiled again. He stood up. He gave my shoulder a little squeeze, and he said, "Yeah, that'd be good." Then he nodded and started to walk away through the trees. I watched him go for a few seconds before turning back toward the street. That night I went to text him, only I didn't have his number anymore. I couldn't believe that I hadn't thought to ask him. So I did what anyone would do, and I looked him up on Facebook. He didn't have one, but his sister did. And that's when I saw the post. Matt had passed away 3 days earlier. Car accident out of state. His sister had posted about it. The funeral had already happened. I sat there with my phone in my hand for what felt like hours. I just stared. I don't know who or what I saw in the park, but I do know who I talked to. I know what I felt. It was definitely Matt. I just don't know how. I grew up in a legitimately haunted house, so I've seen and heard just about everything. Shadows, voices, things that moved when they shouldn't. It takes a lot to rattle me. To startle me, sure, but scare me, almost never. Except for one time, and it still gets under my skin when I think about it. This was about 11 years ago. I was living in a little 2-bedroom apartment, cheap rent, loud neighbors, and the biggest wolf spiders I've ever seen in my life. Other than that, the place didn't have a creepy vibe. I never felt watched or uneasy. It was just a basic, boring apartment complex. Across the hall from me was this older guy, mid-60s maybe, quiet, kept to himself. But every once in a while he'd throw these weekend parties. Beer, music, a few guys hanging out on his patio, nothing wild. Until one Sunday morning, I noticed the paramedics outside his door. Turns out that his brother had passed away. Alcohol poisoning. He passed out on the couch. Nobody realized he was actually gone. maybe for 12 hours or so. They just thought he was sleeping it off. After that, things felt different. I didn't connect it at first, just little stuff. Odd creaks in the hallway, the sensation of being watched when brushing my teeth, things that you could chalk up to nerves or thin walls. But then there was that night. I was lying in bed with my toddler. We had this bedtime routine. She'd talk until she passed out mid-sentence, and I'd usually scroll on my phone or just stare at the ceiling until I knew she was out cold. The bathroom light was on down the hall, and I could see it spilling into the bedroom, casting this soft glow across the floor. And then, suddenly the light went out. Or it didn't go out. It was blocked. Like someone was standing there, in the doorway. I sat up, not fast, just this slow, instinctive movement, and I saw it. There was a shape in the doorway, a black mass, vaguely human. A really tall human, shoulders slumped forward like it was leaning in. I couldn't see a face or hands or feet, just this heavy, dark presence, soaking up the light behind it. Every hair on my body stood up. My skin felt electric, and for a second, I couldn't breathe. I closed my eyes just for a moment, not because I wanted to, but because I had to. That kind of fear, it short-circuits you. My brain couldn't handle what I was seeing. When I opened my eyes again, it was gone. No sound, no shift in air, just the empty doorway and that same glow from the bathroom. I didn't hesitate. I grabbed my shotgun from under the bed. I loaded 2 shells from the drawer, and I moved fast. I checked the living room, the kitchen, every closet, every shadowy corner. And there was no one. The door was still locked, deadbolted even. Windows shut tight. There's no way anyone could be hiding. It didn't make sense. The next few nights I started hearing things. Whispers, shuffling, something brushing alongside the outside wall of the house. My bedroom. Always seemed to line up with when I was trying to sleep. But I never saw anything again. When my lease was up 2 months later, I didn't renew. I didn't even think about it. I just packed up and left. People always ask me if I think it was the old man's brother. I don't know, but I do know what I saw. And whatever it was, it didn't feel lost. It felt aware, and it wanted me to know it was there. I live in a small town in Alaska. And when I say small, I'm talking a place that you can only get to by boat or plane. 1 road in, 1 road out. Winter starts in October and ends in May. You don't lock your doors because of crime. You lock them so wildlife doesn't wander in. And yes, we have internet. Anyway, when my older brother Levi came back from his rehab stint in Anchorage, things felt off right away. Not just with him, though he was quieter than usual, but also with the thing that he'd brought home with him. A dirty porcelain doll with a cracked face and tangled red yarn hair. He said he found it near the edge of the rehab center's property, half buried under the snow by a stump. He said he didn't know why, but he felt like he had to keep it. We laughed it off at first, at least I did. Figured it was a weird emotional support thing, but he was dead serious. Told us her name was Isla. The weird part, well, besides the doll itself, he started sleeping with it. Not even kidding. Propped it up on the pillow next to him and talked to it like it was a real person. I made fun of him once, and he completely freaked out. Said Isla didn't like being talked about that way, and that I should apologize. I didn't. I wasn't going to apologize to a doll. A few days later, my snow boots went missing, and then I found them frozen solid inside the chest freezer in the garage. No one would fess up. A few days after that, I woke up to whispering in the hallway. I thought it was Levi at first, but when I cracked the door, the whispering stopped, and he was dead asleep. But then I saw the doll sitting upright on the hallway floor, facing my room. I asked him about it the next morning, and he got real quiet and said, "I guess she's just curious about people who disrespect her." After that, I started locking my door at night, even though I was sure it was Levi messing with me. A week later, Levi came into my room with this blank look on his face, asked if I'd seen Isla. I told him no, I hadn't touched the damn thing. He searched the whole house in a frenzy, practically tearing it apart. Finally, he found her in the crawl space, sitting neatly in the middle of the floor, holding one of my socks in her lap. At this point, my parents were starting to worry, not in the same way that I was. The Levi had just gotten clean, and they didn't want to push too hard. They chalked it up to post-rehab stress. The counselor said to give it time. But then the bruises started. Small ones at first, on his arms, his ribs. He claimed he fell out of bed or hit the door frame in the dark. But one morning I saw handprints, tiny ones, like a child had grabbed him with both of their hands and squeezed as hard as they could. The last straw came when I woke up in the middle of the night, and I found Isla sitting on my chest. I screamed so loud, my mom ran in with a baseball bat. The doll rolled onto the floor, cracked its face worse than it already had. My brother was sobbing. Said he didn't know how she got in there. Said she gets angry when people ignore her, lie about her. That was the night my dad finally snapped. He took the doll outside, poured gasoline all over it, and burned it in the fire pit. Levi didn't speak for 2 days. When he finally did, he just kept saying, "She's not gone. I think she's waiting." And that was 2 years ago. Levi moved out shortly after. Now he lives in Juneau. He's clean, has a job, seems okay. It hasn't been many times, but sometimes I still find little things in weird places. My toothbrush under the bed, a marble on my pillow. And once, I swear to God, I heard whispering behind me. I've never seen the doll again, but I still don't like to sleep without locking my door. I was a patrol officer in Essex County for 27 years. You get used to strange calls, drunks in trees, missing pants reports, the usual Jersey weirdness. But there's the darker ones, or the weirder ones, and the ones that I still think about. Overbrook Hospital, Cedar Grove, spring 2013. At that point, the facility had been closed for years. Most buildings were condemned, and the county had been going back and forth about what to do with the land. But the place was a magnet for trespassers, ghost hunters, teens, people filming shaky paranormal YouTube videos, you name it. Normally, we'd just issue a warning or escort them out. Simple. I'm sure most calls are like that still. But this call wasn't simple. It was a Thursday night, just after 2 a.m., and I was the closest unit when dispatch got a call from an unknown number. It was just static, a garbled male voice saying, "Help," and that was it. The call pinged from inside the Overbrook property. Now, 911 misdials and prank calls weren't uncommon from there. We chalked it up to kids spoofing numbers, but protocol said that I had to check it out. So I pulled up to the main entrance, parked just outside the gates, and started the walk in with my flashlight and radio. There was no moon out that night, so it felt extra dark, colder than it should have been. As I got closer to the admin building, my radio crackled and cut out. I tried 3 channels, but there was nothing. And then I heard a faint metallic clang echoing from inside. I called out, thinking maybe somebody had gotten trapped or injured. No response. I pushed through the broken door and stepped inside. The air changed the second I crossed the threshold, though. And I mean changed. It was like stepping into a basement freezer. Heavy, damp, still. My breath clouded, and it wasn't even that cold outside. I made my way down the hallway, calling out every few steps. I passed old exam rooms, waterlogged records, rusted wheelchairs, all the normal, creepy stuff. It basically looked like a scary movie. The place was falling apart, but that wasn't what made me uneasy about it. It was the quiet. That night, it was a deep kind of quiet. And then I heard footsteps above me. Someone was pacing. I followed the sound to the stairwell that led up to the old West Wing, a section that was sealed off decades ago after a boiler failure killed a bunch of patients. Everyone local knew that story. The stairwell was blocked with a folding gurney jammed across the steps, but I could still see through the railing. The upper landing was empty, until it wasn't. A figure stepped into view, thin, barefoot, gown flapping slightly in the draft. I called out, raising my light, told them to stay where they were. The figure turned, and I still don't know what I saw, but it looked like a man. But his eyes were cloudy, his lips were blue, his skin blotchy, in a way that skin shouldn't be, with frostbite across his face and maybe his arms. His mouth was opening, like he was trying to say something. He wasn't moving, but I heard footsteps from behind me. I turned fast, but nothing was there. When I looked back up the stairs, he was gone, and then my flashlight did a flicker before dying. I don't remember running, but I must have. I came to in my cruiser. My door was wide open. My heart was racing. My backup officer arrived 10 minutes later, found me just sitting there, white as a sheet, staring straight ahead. I never filed the full report. I just marked it as a cleared trespassing call. I know how it sounds. I wasn't ready to admit on paper what had happened, but I've never forgotten it. Don't think you ever can forget something like that. I grew up in a funeral home. I helped out in the office, and when I was about 15, we got a call from a man whose wife and infant baby had been murdered in cold blood. There were very few clues. It made headlines. Cops set surveillance at the viewing. It was heartbreaking, as the mother was holding the baby in her arms. I was asked to take the flower cards and periodically get the husband and ask if he recognized the names. I then photocopied them and put them back. I did it because I was a kid. People knew me and I was unobtrusive. I talked to the husband quite a bit. He seemed devastated and shaken. The cops told me that they had an eyewitness to someone leaving the house that day, the day of the murder. The witness was a 3-year-old girl. She recognized the man leaving. It was the husband's best friend. It turns out that the friend and the husband had made a pact to kill each other's families and run off with their secretaries. The little girl identified the friend, and I guess one of them cracked. They both went to jail on multiple counts, all on the testimony of a 3-year-old girl. I still can't believe to this day that that man stood right beside me multiple times and I had no clue. I don't think I ever looked at life the same way after that. I retired to a small house along the coast of Maine after 40 years in Boston. It's quiet here, windy. You can smell the salt even when the tide's out. It's definitely the place that people move when they're trying to get away from something or forget something. In my case, that was mostly true. A few months ago, my older sister passed away. Not after everything with our parents, but I still drove down to take care of her estate, mostly out of guilt. She didn't have kids, just a few dusty rooms, all filled with old furniture, brittle photos, antiques that she'd collected over the years. The only thing she left me specifically was a doll. I remember it from when we were children. A soft-bodied thing, ceramic face and jointed arms. Her name was Charlotte. My sister loved that doll, carried her everywhere, even when she was far too old to do so. I didn't like Charlotte. I remember telling her once that the doll was staring too hard, and that was the last time I touched it. Still, when I found it wrapped carefully in a pillowcase, tucked inside an old sewing chest, something made me bring it home. At first, I just set it on the shelf in the back bedroom. I didn't think about it, but a week or so later, I started to feel this strange urge to sew again. I used to be a seamstress years ago. I even ran a shop with my ex-husband before the arthritis made it too painful. After we divorced, I never picked up a needle again. I didn't miss it, honestly. But now, I couldn't stop thinking about it. I pulled out my old kit. It was still packed in a bin in the garage. I found myself stitching little scraps of fabric together while the radio played in the background. Patches, old shirt cuffs. My fingers ached, but something about it felt necessary. And then one morning I woke up to find the doll wasn't on the shelf anymore. She was sitting at my work table, surrounded by bits of fabric I hadn't cut. Next to her was a spool of thread and a needle sticking out of a swatch of navy blue velvet, the exact shade my sister used to dress her in. I figured I must have moved her and forgotten. That seemed easier than the alternative. I sewed the dress. I don't know why. It just felt like the right thing to do. Once I finished, I slipped it onto her stiff little weird body. It fit perfectly. She almost looked happy. That night, I woke up to the sound of my sewing chair creaking. The room was dark, and I could just make out a shape at the desk. I turned on the light. The chair was empty, the doll on the shelf. I told myself I dreamt those sounds, but the next day, there was a new set of fabric on the table. Tiny shoes this time, box leather, and an old brass button, already threaded, waiting for me. I hadn't laid them out. My hands hurt the whole time I made them, but I didn't stop. Every morning after that, I'd find new material set up. I never heard her move. I never saw her move. But I started noticing that her head was tilted slightly more towards me each day. Her painted eyes, they felt aware. One morning, I woke to find a thimble jammed onto my finger, not just placed, forced. It was tight and digging into my skin, like it had been shoved there while I was asleep. The doll was in the chair this time, and it was facing me, with thread wrapped tightly around both arms, like restraints. And that's when I realized she didn't want clothes. She wants attention. I tried to stop. I locked her up in the shed. I threw away the sewing kit in the trash. The moment she reappeared on that shelf, I burned the doll. The next morning, I took her down to the rocky shore with a can of lighter fluid, and I set the whole thing ablaze. I stayed until there was nothing but ash and scorched buttons. The house has been quiet ever since, but I haven't touched my sewing kit or anyone like it since, not even to move it. Still in the trash bin there, and I leave the lid shut tight. Every now and then, when the tide comes in, the wind pushes hard against the window panes. I swear, I hear my sewing machine whirring in the back room. I don't own one anymore. I used to go to this bar a few towns over. Pool table, cheap drinks, weird regulars who treated it like their living room. I was never really close with anyone there, but I went often enough that people nodded when I walked in. Probably the most divey thing about this place was that they only had one bathroom, a single stall tucked right near the front entrance. The line was always long, and it was usually gross. One night, I was a few beers in and getting desperate, but the bathroom was beyond occupied. This had happened before, and usually I'd just take this opportunity to leave, use the porta potty at the park on the way home. This time, though, before I could, a bartender who I'd never seen before leaned in and said, "Just use the one in the back, past the kitchen, end of the hall." I hesitated, but he nodded and hit the bar gate so that I could walk through. I'd never noticed a hallway back there before. The kitchen was empty. I passed a mop bucket, a half-lit exit sign to the back door, and then I found another door at the end of the hallway. Unmarked, wood-paneled, cold to the touch, but it was the only other door back there. I opened it, and it was indeed a bathroom, but not like the front one. This one was nice. Clean, pristine, white tile, soft lighting, music playing faintly through the walls. It wasn't even the same music from the bar. It was classical. The light switch was on the outside, and there was no mirror. That struck me as a little strange, but I was in a hurry, desperate, so I turned on the light, walked in, locked the door. I finished up, went to wash my hands, and realized something else was missing. The door. It was gone. Just a smooth panel of wood where the door had been. I stood there trying to stay calm, thinking maybe I'd hallucinated or was drunker than I realized. Then I noticed the music had stopped, dead silent. I got a bit more frantic with my search for the handle. Then, blackness. The light had gone out, not by my own doing, of course. "Hey, can you help me out in here? Can't seem to find the handle." I called out through the door. Then I heard something scrape behind the wall. This didn't sound like it was coming from the other side of the door. It sounded like it was coming from inside the bathroom. I couldn't see a thing, but it felt like someone else was in that space with me. I was missing the music and lively atmosphere of the bar. All I could hear is what sounded like nails or claws dragging slowly across wood. I backed into the corner, said something out loud. I think it was hey or help. I don't know. I was a whole different kind of desperate then. The moment I spoke out loud, the lights were back. The door was back. Just there again. I didn't even think. I yanked it open, sprinted through the hallway, back past the kitchen and into the main bar. Had to have been the bartender that sent me back there. They had to have been messing with me. But the bartender who sent me back there, nowhere to be found. When I told the other guy working what had happened and asked where the other bartender went, the guy just looked at me. "There's no second bathroom. How'd you even get back there?" I told him again. Another bartender let me back there. I described the man, but I just got another look of confusion. He scoffed and continued making someone's drink. I found myself a new spot after that. I'm a nurse, so I have to work a lot of night shifts. I also live in a pretty rural area, so a good part of my drive is on old country roads. Most of the time, I'm coming and going just as the sun is rising or setting, meaning I'm keenly aware of deer. And thanks to my job, I've seen firsthand the damage they can do if you hit one. To say I'm a cautious driver is an understatement. I constantly scan the roadsides. Well, a few months ago, I was at work and starting to feel sick to my stomach. Turns out I got food poisoning, so I had to go home early. It was between 2:30, 3 a.m., and I was going between 30 or 40 miles an hour. And then I saw something moving through the tall grass on the passenger side. I could see a small head poking out the top and assumed that a doe was about to dart across the road. I stopped just as it cleared the grass. It seemed surprised by my presence and froze in front of my car. Quite literally like a deer in headlights. Only this thing wasn't a deer. Not even close. My brights were on. I had a very good view of its body, and it was the size of an antelope, but its fur was shaggy and black. Its neck was long, like a llama's, and its head was disproportionate, too small for that body, and very short fur, almost like someone shaved its head. And its shape, its face, they were the same as a large cat's. Same ears, nose, mouth. No tail at all. The way it stared at me was awful. The eyes were glowing, hopefully just from the headlights, but the whole atmosphere felt malevolent. It took one step in my direction and stopped again, like it was trying to make up its mind. And then it charged, and I put the car in drive. I pushed the gas so hard that my tires spun out. The car only started to move forward after this demon animal thing was airborne. It landed with its front hooves at the top of my windshield, and the bottom ones planted themselves onto the hood, into the hood. My windshield cracked, and for a second, I thought its legs would come all of the way through. I even had time to imagine everyone blaming a deer for the accident. How they would say, "But she was always so careful." And then the windshield held as this thing leapt one more time and landed several feet behind me. I saw it in the rearview mirror. It darted back into the woods. And I spent the rest of my drive home terrified that it was following me, that it would wait for me to get out of the car and rush out before I could reach my door. But obviously that didn't happen. I made it home safe but shaken. I had to tell my insurance company that I hit a deer before I could get the hood and windshield repaired. So yeah, I had to hear all of the "Really? You hit a deer?" jokes anyway. My family will never let me get over it. No one believes me when I say it attacked me, and I can't tell them what I really saw. I would love to block this out and forget that it ever happened, but I still have to drive that route every day. I've done pretty good with only driving while it's at least a little bit sunlit, but eventually I'm gonna have to drive at night again. Maybe I can convince my family to move. I really don't want to see that thing again. I don't know if this was exactly life or death, but it still kind of freaks me out. When I was 15, I was waiting for the bus outside of my high school. I grew up relatively independent, got a job as soon as I could, thought I was quite smart around people, but when you're 15 and feel awkward about yourself, as most do, any compliment feels amazing. I was at my bus stop to get a ride to work when a really nice car pulled up to the bus lane. I don't know cars well enough to say what kind it was, but this dude obviously had money to spare. The guy rolled down the window to talk to me. Mind you, I was alone, waiting to get a ride to work. He said that I was so beautiful, so pretty, I should be a model. I should come and get a card from him so that he can set up a meeting. Obviously, young me didn't think too hard and was completely flattered. As I walked up to reach into the passenger window to get his business card, I got this awful feeling when I looked into his eyes. I can't explain it other than if you've looked into the eyes of someone and there's nothing there. I took a step back, told him I'm okay, I don't really need to be a model. He proceeded to plead with me until someone else from the school made it to the stop. Then he finally, angrily, drove away, giving me a look that would kill. It's been a long time since high school, but I wonder if someone hadn't joined me at that stop, would I have taken him up on his offer? Or would he have forced me to take him up on his offer? I'm grateful I got out of that situation, but it breaks my heart thinking about somebody else being in a similar situation, not being able to escape. Just be careful out there. I just got back from house sitting for a friend near Mount Hood, Oregon, and I haven't slept much since. She and her husband recently moved into a cabin up there. It's a quiet place built back in the 40s with way too many additions over the years. It's surrounded by dense pine, no close neighbors, and it always smelled a little like moss and smoke. They were headed to British Columbia for a wedding and asked if I could stay a few nights to watch their dog. I said sure, free food, mountain air, and a break from city noise. Easy, yes. Their dog, Bean, he's an old mutt who mostly sleeps and occasionally whines to go out. I spent my first night reading on the porch and watching the trees sway. But on the third night, something got weird. I was brushing my teeth when I noticed the bathroom mirror. This old, cracked thing bolted to the wall. It had fogged unevenly, like something had leaned into it from the other side. There was this vague shape of a forehead, the bridge of a nose, and a hint of lips. I figured it was just my own breath at first, but when I wiped it down, the shape didn't line up with where I'd been standing. And then Bean started growling from the hallway, low, constant. I called out to her, but she wouldn't come near the bathroom door. She just stood there, tail down, growling. I turned off the light and went to bed. The next morning, the mirror was clean, but I couldn't shake the feeling that something had been watching me. I tried to write it off as mountain paranoia, too many horror books and too much silence. I for sure needed to get a grip. Later that day, I was on the phone with my friend to check in. I casually mentioned the mirror, mostly as a joke, but she went quiet. And then she said, "Crap, I meant to take that thing down before we left." Apparently, the mirror came with the house, and from the moment they moved in, weird things had been happening in that bathroom. Cold drafts, lights flickering, Bean refusing to go in. Her husband swore that he saw someone standing behind him once, but when he turned, there was no one there. They were planning to take it down and toss it after their trip. She sounded genuinely upset that it had still been there. That night, I couldn't stop looking at the thing. I don't know what I was expecting, but around 2 a.m. I got up to use the bathroom, and I found the mirror fogged again, this time without me even being in the room yet. There was no doubt a shape there, only this time it was clearer, sharper. I stepped in slowly and stood in front of it. For a second, I saw nothing, and then I blinked, and something blinked back at me, but it wasn't me. Its eyes were white, not glowing, just not okay. Empty. It looked almost human, but there was something off about the proportions. Skin too tight, neck too long, lips like it had been stitched closed, and then pulled apart again. It wasn't mimicking me. It wasn't even trying to scare me. It was just there. I ran. I slept in my car with the dog for the rest of the night. I haven't actually been back to my friend's house since they got home, though she texted me later to say they'd gotten rid of the mirror, smashed it, buried it in pieces in the woods. She didn't ask what I saw. I think she already knew. I'm glad it's gone, but I still can't really bring myself to go back there. When I was about 8 years old, my little brother and I got lost in the woods outside my family's property in Oregon. We didn't know we were lost, but everyone else seemed to. So, from the top. My grandparents used to own a cabin somewhere in or around Bend, Oregon. They sold it shortly after this event, so I still have no idea if it was because of this or simply a financial decision they had to make. Either way, I remember the home quite fondly. It had an immaculate garden, thanks to Grandma. Lots of area to run around and be free. There were some woods lining the property, stretching on for who knows how long. We weren't to go that far. My grandparents had a lassie-like dog named Tapper, who would play with my brother and I for hours, but he also acted much like a babysitter. I guess Lassie's character wasn't too far off, because Tapper was known to alert the adults when the children had wandered a bit too far. But he also had saved my grandpa, who'd gotten himself stuck in a mole hole. He'd snapped his ankle and wouldn't have been able to make it out if Tapper hadn't run home to alert Grandma. Anyway, good dog. Well, too often my little brother and I would wander just past the property and into the woods. We never did get that far with Tapper around, but on this particular day, Tapper was the one at the tree line. We thought, oh wow, Tapper boy wants an adventure too. Let's follow him. So we did. As we approached the trees, I remember Tapper disappearing into the woods, and we had to run in just to catch up with him. Once inside, though, we couldn't find Tapper. We called for him with no response. That was incredibly unusual, but like most 8-year-olds, I didn't think too much of it. We just kept on walking to find Tapper. We walked for what couldn't have been more than 30 seconds, when suddenly I got the feeling like I was in a lot of trouble. I couldn't figure out why I felt like this. I looked at my little brother, and he was just wandering off. I ran after him, grabbed his hand, told him, I think we gotta go back now. He looked at me and said, "Nuh-uh, Mama's here. She's calling for us." Then he let go of my hand and kept running off in the opposite direction. I followed after him, not because I could hear what he heard, but because I didn't want to lose my brother. Catching up with him, I grabbed him a little more firmly and said, "We gotta go. Mama's not here." But just as I grabbed him and I looked forward, I saw Tapper. Then I heard a bark, but it didn't come from the Tapper that we were looking at. It came from the Tapper behind us, at the edge of the woods, right where we had entered. Still, my brother insisted Mama was in the woods, that she was looking for us, and even still, I heard nothing outside of Tapper's barking. The other Tapper sat patiently in front of us, nodding his head in a most unusual way. I knew this wasn't Tapper, but I had no idea what it was. I calmly told my brother that we needed to get out of here and we needed to get away from this dog. "What dog?" he asked me almost in a giggle way. When I pointed at the dog, it started to snarl. It was quick and loud, so I recoiled, but my brother did not. He just stood there, looking at me, confused as to why I was shaken, and still asking me, "What dog?" He clearly didn't see what I saw, and I couldn't hear what he heard, but we needed to move. I was bigger than him, so I just scooped him up, giving him no chance to go in the other direction. and ran us towards the real Tapper, leaving the wannabe behind us. I didn't look back. When we got within a footstep of Tapper, I realized we weren't exiting the same area that we'd entered, but I was relieved to be exiting. Once we did, we heard an uproar of voices coming from our right. It was our entire family. Mom, Dad, Grandma, Grandpa. They were a mix of emotions. After reprimanding us for going into the woods, they asked why we didn't respond to them calling for us. I told them I didn't hear any of that. My brother says he heard Mama calling for him. So then it just looked like I wasn't paying attention or answering, but I swore. And I swear to this day, I absolutely did not hear that. Even with all of that considered, how did we end up on the entire other side of the woods? We didn't walk nearly long enough to cover such distance, but that's where it gets weirder. Everyone is talking about how long we were gone for. Over an hour. There's just no way that could be true. There's no way we were gone for longer than 10 minutes. I double know this because when I was a child, time always crawled. I was constantly being told to be patient or go entertain myself to pass time. I just knew that we weren't gone for that long. Anyway, I never told anyone about the dog because it didn't seem like they believed much I had to say for myself anyway. Even now, I remember how isolating that felt, to not be believed. I wasn't a child known for fibbing, but I guess as I've grown, I get it. The events that unfolded were impossible. I saw and felt something completely different than my brother, but neither of us thought that we were gone longer than a couple minutes. I can't explain it, so how could they? I don't know. I do know. There's something so unsettling about those woods. This particular incident happened about 4 years ago. And while it wasn't the first time that something paranormal had happened in our home, it was by far the scariest. One night, sometime late, our son was about 2.5 at the time, and he crawled into our bed. Not totally unusual for him, and he fell asleep rather quickly. I couldn't fall back asleep, though. So after a while of tossing and turning, I decided to go work on a craft project in my office. It's a small room off the hallway, maybe 10 feet from the bedroom. I was in there for about 45 minutes, just zoning out and cutting fabric, when I noticed something weird. The small monitor on our nanny cam started moving rapidly, almost flickering. These weren't motion-censored cams. They're just a continuous feed, one in the living room and one in our son's bedroom. The screen kept blinking on and off like it was trying to reset itself. I walked over, picked it up, and as soon as I did, it let out this piercing screech, like microphone feedback cranked to full blast. It startled me so badly I dropped the monitor face down on the floor. The glowing edges stopped flickering immediately. It just went still. I picked it up again and I looked at the screen, but what I saw made my stomach do flips. My son was standing, stone still, in the center of the living room, facing the wall, just staring. He wasn't moving. I could see him perfectly, like he was being posed there. I grabbed the monitor and left the craft room, thinking maybe he'd gotten up without us hearing, wandered out of bed. I walked quickly through the kitchen and the dining room, rounded the corner into the living room. It was empty. The entire room was still. The monitor was clutched in my hand. I looked down at it again, confused, but the screen had changed. Now the other monitor was no longer stationary. It showed him looking directly at the camera, holding it. The child staring back was not my son. No emotion, no recognition, just this cold, empty stare. Different even from someone sleepwalking, which I've seen. I rushed into the bedroom, maybe a little panicked at this point. There he was, sound asleep. Exactly where I'd left him. My husband, now somehow awake as well, looked up, asked if I was okay. I asked him if he'd gotten up to use the bathroom or gone into the kitchen, thinking maybe our son had followed him. He shook his head, said he hadn't moved, and our son, he hasn't even rolled over, he said. He's been doing those little snore things this whole time. I didn't know what to say. I went into my son's room, and there was the other monitor, sitting exactly where it should be. I looked down at the one in my hand, and it showed exactly what it should show. We've had what I'll refer to as brief doppelganger sightings in this house before. Quick glimpses, like seeing yourself walk past a hallway mirror when you're nowhere near it. Always just fast enough that you could talk yourself out of it. But this was different. It wasn't just a glimpse, it was a moment, a long one. And the face, my son's face, but not his face. The expression, it just gives me chills thinking about it. Whatever it was, it definitely wanted to be seen. I was probably around 11 or 12 when this happened. Just old enough to start feeling too old to be scared of the dark, but young enough that a certain shadow could ruin my whole night. It was late. I don't remember what time exactly, just that everything was quiet. I knew it well. The middle of the night kind of quiet, where it almost felt like a dream. Usually waking up needing to pee, like I did this night. Bad. I got up, rubbed the sleep from my eyes, and padded down the hall barefoot. Our bathroom was across the kitchen, and as I rounded the corner, I stopped dead in my tracks. The door was open just enough to see inside. The light wasn't on, but there was just enough glow from the hallway nightlight to make out the silhouette of someone sitting in the bathroom, maybe on the bathtub. A woman. She was sitting there, completely still, hands in her lap, and I swear to God, she turned and looked right at me. Just her head, like it was on a swivel. I didn't scream. I didn't even run. I just stood there frozen, half asleep, convinced I must be looking at my mom. That had to be it, right? Maybe she didn't turn the light on. Maybe she was just sitting in the dark like a total weirdo. Moms do weird stuff sometimes. But then I glanced down the hall at my parents' bedroom door. It was wide open. Something about that felt wrong, like I wasn't supposed to see that. I crept toward their room, every step making my skin crawl a little bit more. I peeked in. My mom was there, completely knocked out, asleep in bed. That's when the fear really hit. This creeping, icy dread climbed up the back of my neck and settled behind my ears. I remember whispering, "No," under my breath, and turning around so fast I nearly slipped on the hardwood. But the problem was, I still had to pee, so I sprinted to the other bathroom, the one connected to the guest room. I slammed the door, locked it, did my business while staring at the crack beneath the door, half expecting to see 2 feet standing outside. When I finally built up the courage to come back out, the hallway was empty. The bathroom door that I had seen her in, it was still open, still dark, but she was gone. I've never forgotten that night. Never forgot the way she looked at me, if you could even call it looking. There were no real features to speak of, just darkness in the shape of a woman, and the heavy, awful feeling that I had walked in on something I wasn't supposed to see. I was working the night shift at a hospital downtown. Not medical staff, just part of the facilities team. I handled basic maintenance, answering calls about jammed doors or flickering lights, that sort of thing. It was decent money, and most nights were quiet. This one night, though, wasn't. There's a wing of the hospital that's been under renovation for years. Budget cuts, contractor issues. Nobody can seem to finish it. It's on the 4th floor, and technically no one's supposed to be up there. But one of the nurses called down around 11:45, saying she heard something banging near the stairwell door up there, and she wanted someone to check it out. I asked if security could handle it, but she sounded uneasy, said she'd already tried calling them. No answer. So I grabbed my badge and keys and took the elevator up. I ran into Tony, another facilities guy that I was training that week. Passing him, I asked if he wanted to tag along. He was new, still had that jumpy energy, but he agreed. Said he didn't want to be hanging out in the basement alone again, which I didn't blame him. When we stepped off the elevator, the whole floor was dark. No motion lights, no background hum of equipment, just silent. The kind of silence that feels too big for a building full of people. We started walking toward the stairwell. Nothing out of place at first, just some tools left out. Plastic sheeting hanging from the ceiling, that smell of dust and drywall. And then we heard it. It sounded like a scream, but it wasn't loud. It was like someone exhaling a scream into your ear, not vocal, just forceful, full of pressure. All the air from someone's lungs all at once. It was right next to us. Tony jumped. Actually jumped back a few feet, nearly dropping his flashlight. And then he turned to me, pale as hell. "Did you just breathe on me?" I hadn't moved. He started freaking out, rubbing at his neck, saying he felt something cold, like actual cold breath. I told him to calm down, maybe there was a draft from one of the vents. But even as I said it, I knew it wasn't true. It was too focused. Too close, and there was no breeze in that place, only still dead air. We left pretty fast, didn't even finish checking the stairwell. I told the nurse it was probably a vent shifting or something. Tony didn't talk much for the rest of the night. The next day he showed me this weird red mark on his neck, like a faint handprint. Not a full one, but just the suggestion of fingers. Like pressure from something that wasn't quite physical. He didn't come back after that. Said the job wasn't for him. I've been back on that floor since, during daylight. Nothing strange. But I don't go up there alone anymore at night. If the lights are off even, I just keep moving. I don't even stop to listen. Because whatever that sound was, I don't think it was meant to be heard. And certainly not found. My older brother and I used to fight over the radio growing up all the time. He liked old school rock. I was more into pop and hip hop. Total opposites. But every time we got in the car together, he'd find a way to sneak on his music and crank it up too loud until I just gave in. He died several years ago. Motorcycle accident. A few months after the funeral, I was driving home late from work at night. My phone had died, so I turned on the radio for some background noise. Just static. I hit scan and let it roll through the channels, hoping to catch anything. And then I heard it. His favorite song, "Shine On You Crazy Diamond" by Pink Floyd. It was exactly the song he'd always played. Just a few clear seconds of it, like it broke through the static for only me. And then it was gone. Nothing but fuzz again. It happened again the next week at a different time, but the same stretch of highway, same song. After it happened a third time, I remember pulling over. I sat there in silence and I said out loud, "I hear you, all right?" I wasn't trying to dismiss him. I guess I was trying to acknowledge him. I've driven that road a dozen times since. and I've never heard the song again. When I was a kid, maybe 5 or 6, I used to talk to someone in my closet. Not like an imaginary friend. At least, that's not what it felt like. I never gave him a name, and he never came out during the day. He would just talk to me at night. Always just a soft whisper from behind the closed door. Nothing scary, really. Just little things like, "It's okay," or "Don't be afraid." I remember asking him once why he stayed in there. He said, "Because I can't leave." Eventually we moved, and I didn't think about it again for years. Fast forward to last Thanksgiving, I was visiting my parents and going through some old boxes in the attic. I find this big envelope filled with papers, a small photo album from our old house. Inside was an old newspaper clipping. A boy, age 7, had died in the home before we'd bought it. He was found in the closet, hiding. I didn't say anything to my parents, just quietly slipped the photo back into the box. I grew up in West Michigan near Manistee, and my uncle used to take me out to this stretch of woods not far from the old logging trails. He was always a little superstitious about the area, said you shouldn't whistle in the woods, shouldn't walk past sundown. I thought it was just old-timer nonsense, honestly. One summer night when I was about 17, I took my dirt bike out a little further and a little later than I should have. The sun was almost gone by the time I turned around, and the trail back to the truck, it felt wrong, like something was there with me. The birds had also stopped, which I expected as the sun went down, but even my bike sounded wrong, like the engine wasn't echoing the same way through the trees. The feeling alone forced me to look around. At first I thought that there was a bear standing upright at the tree line, but it was too lean, too tall. It had pointed ears, and the way that it looked at me, I could still feel it, like it was curious, but also playing with me. I froze up almost immediately, didn't move until it stepped back into the woods, just out of sight. I didn't tell my uncle until years later. He didn't look surprised, just told me real serious. "That's why you don't whistle out there. Or, go out after sundown." An apartment we used to live in had a funny feeling in the hallway by our bedroom. It felt like one of those run and jump on the bed so the monster doesn't grab your ankle kind of vibe. I started feeling bad when trying to dodge it and being creeped out because both my husband and I, we felt the presence of a little girl, 5 years old to be specific. We always slept with our door closed, but it started to get to the point where I couldn't get myself to close it. I felt like it needed to be open so that she knew we were in there and she felt safe with us. It made me kind of sad. I felt like she was abused or unloved. Once I started embracing it, the uneasy feeling turned to a realization of loneliness. Then that sad, lonely feeling turned into comfort. I was not maternal at all, but for some reason, I had this urge to protect whoever she was and let her know that she was safe with me and my husband and she can't be hurt anymore. After about a month of this, it all disappeared. No feelings, no strange sounds, and our dog stopped staring down that hall. It just felt like an empty apartment. I still think about her 12 years later, especially now that we have an almost 5-year-old little girl. I was hauling steel out of Amarillo around midnight, cutting south on 287. It's long, flat, and empty out there, just highway and dark sky. I'd made that drive 100 times, but that night, it was different. After about 30 minutes in, I noticed a light in the sky behind me. I figured it was a plane at first, but it was low and getting lower. Before I could pull over, the truck started to slow, the engine still running, but the RPMs dropping like I'd taken my foot off the gas. Then, my dash lit up with every warning it had, like it was rebooting. I looked out my side mirror, and the light was hovering maybe 30 feet up, pacing me perfectly. Then, it vanished. The gauges flicked back to normal, and the truck picked up speed like nothing happened. When I finally stopped at a rest area, I checked the dash cam. It had frozen, just static, for exactly 7 minutes. I was about 10 when my family was staying at a cabin in the mountains in the winter. It was a snowy night, and my parents, aunt, and uncle had gone to their bedrooms to sleep. My siblings and cousins and I were sleeping in the living room. At some point, I awakened by a chilly draft. When I opened my eyes, I saw the front door was slightly cracked, and there was a man making eye contact with me. In the middle of the night, in the freezing cold, on the deck of a cabin that was way up in the mountains, far removed from town. I screamed for my dad. The man disappeared into the darkness. My dad quickly came into the living room, turned on the porch lights. The man was just standing in the driveway, silently looking back at us. He claimed he was just looking for a drink of water. Premonition, intuition, I don't know, but something was watching out for me this night. I was living in West Hollywood and was on my way home late at night. It was about 2:30 a.m., and the streets were almost completely vacant. I came to a stop at a stoplight and was in the left-hand turn lane. The radio wasn't on, and I was completely sober as I'd been babysitting my niece. I looked over to my left, and in the far lane was a guy in a car looking at me. You know how it's late at night, long red light, so you just look around while waiting. Suddenly, I heard a voice that said, "If you go when the light turns green, you'll die." Talk about freaking out. It terrified me. I started shaking, and I'm telling you, you couldn't have pried my foot off the brake. Well, the light turned green, and I just sat there. The guy in the other car was still looking at me, so I don't know if he also heard a voice or was just looking at me, so he didn't notice the light or what. At least 5 seconds later, a car blew through the intersection, running the red, and about 3 police cars were following at high speeds. If I'd gone into the intersection, I'd have been killed, and if the guy in the other lane had gone, he probably would have died also. I often get thoughts, ideas, or premonitions, and I've learned that it's important to listen to them. I was on patrol behind a strip mall when a call came over about someone being attacked in the front parking lot of a bar in front of that very mall. I drove around to the front in seconds, knowing that backup was minutes away. As I pulled up, one man had a long iron pole in his hands. It was raised up as if he was ready to strike another man on the ground with it. The other was looking up at him with his hands up, apparently defensively. This was before tasers, and there was a huge crowd surrounding this tableau. So, even though this looked like a deadly force situation, I decided not to draw my gun. I literally walked right up to them, and using my voice of command, I told them to drop the pole. The man holding the pole started to say something, but I told him again in a tone of voice that could not be mistaken or argued with, that he needed to drop it. And he dropped it. I kicked the pole out of reach under a car and stood myself directly between these 2 men when just moments ago it appeared that one was ready to kill the other. I told both of them to say nothing and to stay still until the other officers began to arrive. From a purely tactical standpoint, It was probably the stupidest move I ever made. I knew nothing about these two men, or why they appeared to be ready to kill each other. I had no idea who in the crowd was on which side, if either, and here I was standing arm's length from both of them, dominating and controlling a potential deadly force situation, with nothing more than a fearless officer presence. As it turned out, I'd done exactly the right thing. Although I would have been justified in shooting the man with the pole if I could have done so without putting anyone else in the crowd at risk, what was discovered after interviewing the two men and witnesses in the crowd, the man holding the pole was the bar's bouncer. The man on the ground had been kicked out of the bar earlier and was not happy about it. He tore down a street sign for the iron pole that he'd been holding up, and he waited to ambush the bouncer with it at closing time. As it happened, the bouncer had just managed to grab and pull the pole away from the man, hold it away with enough force that it was over his head at the moment I arrived. The man on the ground, of course, had his hands raised as the pole had just been pulled out of them by the bouncer. If I'd used my gun, I would have shot the bouncer, who was defending himself from the attacker. I'd arrived at just the right moment when everything appeared exactly the opposite. I took command of a potentially deadly situation with no backup and without using a weapon, and as a result, wound up not shooting the wrong person. This is the most memorable moment of my career. This is the reality of police work. Split-second life or death decisions made with minimal information and putting ourselves in imminent danger to minimize the risk to onlookers and others on the scene. This was good police work. An uncle of mine works at a software company in India. Last night he called my father, but it went to voicemail because he was asleep. Today at breakfast, we were all in the dining room. I was helping my mother clear the table while my father finished getting ready for work. He remembered that my uncle had called and left a voicemail, so he put the phone on speaker while he was fastening the buttons on his shirt. When the voicemail started to play, the sound was distorted from the amount of volume on the other side. We could hear men and women yelling all around my uncle as he tried to leave the message for my dad. We couldn't understand what he was saying, and after 30 or 40 seconds, the phone turned off and the message ended. At once, my father stopped what he was doing and picked up the phone to call my uncle. He turns off the speaker and presses it against his ear when it starts to ring. Then I watch his look of panic melt when my uncle answers the phone. He says, "I just listened to your message. Are you okay?" My uncle tells him that the company he works for was celebrating an anniversary, and the CEOs rented out a large stage at a movie studio to host the event. Everyone was sitting at tables, talking with one another and watching the giant LED screens on stage. Now, it's known within the family that my uncle possesses the ability to interact with spirits. More so, spirits tend to interact with my uncle a lot. He's had this ability since he and my father were children. When their grandmother died, she told my uncle where her will had been filed, days after the funeral was held. They call them bhutas in India, restless spirits that walked out of the light, instead choosing to stay on Earth and influence the living for good and bad intentions. On the phone, still talking to my dad, my uncle tells him that the place where this event took place was saturated in negative energy, a place no god had claimed. Way above their heads were rows of large metal rafters with automated lasers and spotlights pointed at the floor of the stage. My uncle says through the glare of the lights, he could see the bhutas in the darkest parts near the ceiling, sitting on the metal beams. These inky black figures were also waiting for the show to start. Soon, everyone's attention was directed towards the stage, as rounds of pyrotechnics shot bursts of flames into the air. Then the spotlights all turned up and moved together to make one singular circle. Focused in the beam of light was a large green cage hoisted high above the center stage. The bars were equipped with fireworks that began to shower down fountains of sparks. The crowd erupted with cheers and claps. Then, from the scaffolding bridge, the CEO and another man walk into the green cage, waving at the excited audience. The cage was intended to lower the men down onto the stage for a grand entrance. The machine comes to life, and the green cage starts shaking and wobbling. Both men grab the railings as they're almost knocked off balance. Gasps were heard, but the CEO never stopped smiling, and the crowd kept cheering. The cage shakes again. This time, one of the cables snapped, turning the cage sideways. The sudden failure sends both of the men tumbling over the railing of the cage, falling more than 20 feet to the ground. My uncle says it was obvious the CEO was dead by the way he had landed. And then it got loud. There was confusion as well from anyone who had not witnessed the event. Confusion and panic. It created absolute chaos for several minutes. My uncle found a safe space against a wall, avoiding being rushed by a group of employees and their families. That's when he finally decided to call my father. He'd already had his phone in his hand, having almost called him earlier when he'd seen the bhutas. He felt like something was going to happen and wanted to speak to his family. Now that something had happened, my uncle felt he might be in danger. He was physically safe against the wall, but he feared if he moved at all, the bhutas would find a way to target him. Just as he had that thought, his phone was knocked from his hands and away from him. He knew it wasn't safe to move. Some people may call that paranoia, but I don't think so. My uncle has had experiences prior to this, ones I mentioned earlier and others. I think he has the right to be a little wary of such things. Needless to say, he did escape unharmed, and the company's president, the other man, was critically injured but survived the accident. Still, it's all very unfortunate, and I think it's rather chilling in more than one way. Thanks for reading. When I was 19, my family and I were out of town in Hot Springs, Arkansas, having fun at a theme park they have there. It was me, my mom, dad, and my 3 younger siblings. We had been there for a couple of days over the weekend and needed gas before driving a few hours back home. I walked into the gas station store looking for a bathroom. They said it was outside and gave me a key. Even though it was daylight and my parents were right outside at the pumps, I instantly had a horrible gut feeling. It was such a strange feeling that it's hard to describe. It wasn't quite fear, but something like if you could feel evil, maybe like a warning sign. Anyway, the bathroom is on the other side of the gas station, facing away from the pumps, and I go inside, do my thing, wash my hands, and then, as my hand is on the door handle, ready to leave, the feeling gets intense, like I might throw up, and I'm feeling crazy emotions. And I knew, without knowing for certain, that I shouldn't leave. I decided to call my parents from the restroom. I tell them that they need to come get me on the other side. They don't even question it and say that they're on their way. I don't bother waiting outside the bathroom at all. This feeling of evil is so strong, there's no way I'm heading out that door. I know that's probably not something real, to feel evil, but it's not like any other feeling. A few moments later, I heard a knock. I know right away that it's okay to open the door. It's my dad. He asks if I'm okay. Of course, I was fine, and because I couldn't quite explain my feelings, I said yes. He then said that when he drove the car around the back, there was a man with an old truck pulled up to the bathroom with his truck door open. The man was standing directly outside the bathroom door, as if he were ready to throw me in his truck the second I stepped out. When he saw my parents, he jumped in his truck and drove off. My dad was furious. He remembered the make and color of the truck and even noticed the broken back window of his cab. We whipped out of the parking lot with the whole family going after the guy. We actually caught up with him and followed him a ways. I didn't know what my dad would have done if he'd caught him, but that intense feeling of fear was back. We almost ended up at a red light together, but the man in the truck went through it, and we lost him. I don't know for sure what my original feeling of dread and fear was, but my mom likes to say it was the Holy Spirit taking care of me, warning me. I really don't know. I've had it a few times since then, and it always happens in bad situations, so maybe she's right. That time, though, was definitely the most intense. This happened when I was 8 years old. Our house sat on the edge of a sprawling, overgrown field, and the backyard was my playground, a space where my imagination could run wild, and I would swear on the afternoons the quietness made me feel like I had the whole world to myself. I remember that day the air was thick and still. It was the kind of warm, lazy afternoon where even the birds seemed too tired to sing. I was sitting in the grass, running a stick through the dirt as I sketched out a game for myself. But after a while, I got bored and wanted to find my mom, hoping that she could take a look at what I'd drawn. I stood up, brushing the dirt off my hands, and I scanned the backyard for her. It didn't take long to spot her. She was by the old garden shed, hunched over a few boxes, her blue sweater catching the light of the sun as it peeked through the trees. That sweater, it was the one that she'd always worn when she was working outside. Her glasses slipped down her nose like they always did, and I could see her absently pushing them back up with the back of her hand, as if it were the most natural thing in the world. "Mom!" I called out, waving as I started walking towards her. "Hey, Mom, come here. I want to show you something." She didn't respond. She didn't even glance up from the boxes. I frowned and took a few more steps, raising my voice a little louder. "Mom, did you hear me?" Still, nothing. I could see her moving, still sorting through the boxes, but it was like I wasn't even there. And then a strange sense of unease began to settle over me, one that I'd never felt in the presence of my mom before. A prickling sensation, it was creeping up my arms. I waved again, more frantically this time. "Mom?" I was standing just a few feet away from her now, close enough to hear the rustle of cardboard as she shifted through the contents of the box. But it was as if I were invisible. My heart started to race. In the air, it felt weird, thick. I had this growing sensation that something was wrong. Frustrated and kind of scared, I stopped, turned on my heel, and made my way back toward the house. I didn't know what else to do. Maybe she was just distracted, I thought. Maybe she didn't hear me because she was so focused on whatever she was doing. But still, that cold feeling wouldn't leave me as I reached the back door and stepped inside. And that's when I saw her. She was standing at the kitchen sink, her back to me. She was just rinsing dishes. Her blue sweater was gone, replaced by a light t-shirt, and her hair was loosely tied up, just the way she always did when she cooked or cleaned. I stopped cold in the doorway. My hand was still on the doorknob, but my mind was struggling to catch up with what I was seeing. She was inside? How? I'd just seen her out by the shed not more than a minute ago. I hadn't taken my eyes off of her until I walked back in toward the house. There was no way that she could have gotten inside before me. No way that she could have changed clothes that fast. I had chills now, and I felt my throat tighten as I slowly walked into the kitchen. My footsteps were hesitant. "Mom?" I asked. She turned, drying her hands on a dish towel, smiling at me like nothing in the world was out of place. "What's up, sweetie?" I stared at her, trying to find the words, but my mind was just racing. "Weren't you just outside, by the shed?" She blinked, her smile fading as she looked at me, puzzled. "No, I've been in here for the past hour, cleaning the kitchen. Why? What's wrong?" "But I just saw you," I said. My voice was quieting down. "You were out there, going through the boxes by the shed. I waved at you. I called out." She looked at me carefully. She took a step closer, crouching down slightly so that she would be at my eye level. "Honey, I've been inside this whole time. Are you sure you saw me?" I was really trying to make sense of it, trying to replay the scene in my head. I could still see her standing there in the yard, pushing her glasses up, her blue sweater clear in my mind. I knew what I'd seen. I wasn't making it up, but now, standing here, looking at her in the kitchen, it felt impossible. I looked toward the back door, half expecting to see someone else standing by the shed, but when I peered out the window, the yard was empty. The shed was just as it always was, worn down, quiet, the boxes still stacked neatly beside it. The image of her outside, it was so vivid, so undeniably real, that for a long moment, I couldn't shake the feeling that something was terribly wrong. It was like I had seen something that I wasn't supposed to see. And I answered her, "I'm sure." I guess I whispered it more to myself than to her, but she reached out and gently touched my arm. "Maybe you were daydreaming, sweetheart. It happens. You know, sometimes our imaginations just run wild." I nodded slowly, but I wasn't convinced. I knew what I had seen, and it was nothing like my imagination. It was too clear to have been a daydream. The memory of her outside was still sharp in my mind. Even the way the light had hit her hair, the sound of the boxes rustling. I didn't argue, though. What was there to say? As the days passed, I tried to forget about it, tried to convince myself that maybe it was my imagination. Maybe my imagination was getting stronger. But every once in a while, I'd catch a glimpse of the shed from the corner of my eye, and that same unease would creep back in. I never saw her in two places at once again, but to this day I still wonder, what did I see that afternoon? And how many times had I trusted my eyes, not realizing that maybe, just maybe, they were showing me something that wasn't really there. When I was 7, I was playing on my own when I had a question for my mom. I went looking for her and saw that she was in our car vacuuming it. I watched her for a moment and still remember the way she moved her long-haired ponytail out of the way of the vacuum pipe. I tapped on the window to get her attention. She didn't look up, so I waved my arms and yelled, "Mom, Mom," to no response. The question must have been unimportant because I gave up and went back into the house. As I walked in, my mom was standing in the kitchen. I felt goosebumps all over my body. I still remember to this day how confounded I was in that moment. I walked up to her, very confused, and asked her if she'd just been vacuuming in the car. She looked at me strangely and said that she was never in the car, that she'd been in the kitchen this whole time. As I knew it was impossible for her to move from the car to the kitchen in that short space of time, I began to wonder how many other things I saw that were not really there. This one is one of my most vivid memories, and every detail was incredibly real. It never happened again. When I was 12, my dad took to long evening walks. It became a routine of his, and every night, like clockwork, he'd grab his old brown jacket, the one that smelled faintly of engine oil, and he would step out the door. He'd always come back about an hour later, cheerful and a little winded, talking about the stars or how peaceful the neighborhood was at that hour. One evening, just after dinner, I heard the familiar creak of the front door. I didn't think much of it at first. Dad always left without making much of a fuss. But something strange happened a few minutes later. I looked out the window to catch a glimpse of him starting his walk, but he wasn't in his usual spot, heading down the driveway toward the road. Instead, he was standing perfectly still at the far end of our yard, staring back at the house. This was instantly unsettling. The thing is, my dad never lingered like that. He was always in motion, always eager to set off on his walk or anything he was doing. But there he was, his back to the trees, his face barely visible in the night, just watching. My heart gave a little flutter of unease. I was hoping everything was okay. There was something about the way that he stood. It didn't sit right with me. His posture was stiff, almost unnatural, like someone trying to mimic the way a person stands. "Dad?" I called from the window. My voice felt weak, though I wasn't sure why. He didn't answer, didn't even flinch. He just kept standing there, watching. I felt my chest tighten. He must not have heard me, I thought. I opened the front door and stepped out onto the porch, calling again, louder this time. "Dad, what are you doing?" This time, he moved, but it wasn't the kind of movement I expected. He didn't turn towards me. Instead, he started walking backwards, keeping his eyes locked on the house, his body stiff and jerky, like someone had forgotten how to move properly. It was as if he was being pulled back, step by slow, deliberate step, all towards the woods behind our yard. My stomach was sort of hurting. I think it was an instinctive fear that I just couldn't explain. "Dad, stop messing around," I shouted, but my voice was broken halfway through. He didn't stop. He didn't even blink. I watched, frozen in place, as he disappeared into the tree line. My mind was racing, trying to make sense of what I had just seen. This wasn't normal. Something was deeply wrong. I couldn't shake that eerie feeling that whoever or whatever that was, it wasn't my dad. I ran back into the house, calling for my mom. She was in the living room, flipping through the TV channels, completely oblivious to whatever I was freaking out about. "Mom," I shouted, louder than I intended. "Something's wrong with Dad." She looked up at me, startled. "What are you talking about? He's upstairs in the shower." I stopped in my tracks. "What?" She gave me a confused look. "He got back from his walk early today. Said he felt tired, so he's been upstairs for the last 15 minutes. I didn't wait for her to finish. My legs felt like jelly as I rushed up the stairs, 2 at a time, and I skidded to a halt at the bathroom door. I knocked frantically. "Dad, are you in there?" There was a pause before I heard his voice, muffled through the door. "Yeah, bud, just finishing up. What's wrong?" My heart sank into my stomach, or something was going on inside of me. I could hear the water running, the sound of him humming some old tune that he liked. It was him. It had to be him. But then, what did I just see in the yard? I backed away from the door, and I felt a wave of nausea wash over me as the realization hit. I had seen something outside, something that looked exactly like my dad, something that had tried to mimic him in every way, except it just couldn't quite do it. As I thought back, I realized I'd never really seen its eyes. It'd been too far away, the light too dim, but the way it moved, the way it stood, it was all wrong. I slowly made my way back downstairs, trying to keep my breathing steady, trying to make sense of what had just happened. My mom looked up from the TV again. Concern was on her face. "Did you talk to him? What's going on?" I swallowed hard. "I must have been mistaken," I lied. But I couldn't shake the image from my mind. The thing standing by the tree, the way it backed away. never looking away from the house. And now, the woods seemed darker than they ever had before. For days after, I couldn't stop watching the yard from the windows, half expecting to see that figure again. Dad kept going on his evening walks, oblivious to what I had seen, but I couldn't bring myself to ask him about it. I couldn't even mention it to my mom. Something about that night felt too unreal, too unsettling to even talk about. Weeks went by, and I almost managed to convince myself that maybe it had just been in my head, just a trick of the fading light. But then, one evening, as the sun set behind the trees, I heard it again, the front door creaking open. I rushed to the window. There, at the edge of the yard, stood my dad. Only this time he wasn't moving at all. He was just staring again, his face obscured by shadows, but the body impossibly still. I felt the same chill creep up my spine, my skin crawling with dread. I took a deep breath and turned away from the window, stepping out of the living room and slowly, hesitantly, making my way upstairs. I could hear my dad's muffled humming as I approached their room, and there he was, upstairs. I didn't look back out the window. I couldn't. And that was the last time I saw it. So this is sort of a strange story, but since I can't stop thinking about it, I thought I'd share it with you. I've heard of doppelgangers, mainly the forms of fiction or an innocent joke. Though in my 43 years on this earth, I've never had someone tell me that I so much as look like someone or resemble someone. I've been living in this neighborhood for almost 15 years, and as a result, I know just about everyone in town, and likewise, they know me. However, the last 2 weeks have been strange, in that several people, whom I don't know, have mentioned knowing my doppelganger. The first instance, I was standing on a busy downtown street corner, waiting for the light to change as I headed to a doctor's appointment. A woman approached me and asked if I had decided where we were going to have lunch. I looked at her and said, "I don't know who you are. Why would I be going to lunch with you?" She told me to stop joking around, that we would have to find somewhere to have lunch quickly, as she had to get back to work. She would not believe me when I said I didn't know her, so I pulled out a couple pieces of identification, and I showed her I was not who she thought I was. She was shocked. Apparently, I was her brother. Exact same looks, clothes, and mannerisms. She also said her brother was a joker, and that this was the type of stunt that he would pull on her for a laugh. She looked at me suspiciously, even though I had proven my case. She asked if I could stay with her until her brother arrived. I really wanted to, but I had to go to a doctor's appointment, and if I hadn't gotten moving then, I'd be late. In retrospect, I wish I would have stayed to meet the guy. Maybe less than a week after that appointment, I was approached by yet another woman I didn't know. This time, I was standing at the bar of a place that I'd only been to a couple of times. I had my beer, and the plan was to watch the rest of the T-Birds game before heading home. And that's when this woman approaches the bar. She didn't ask me anything at first, but I could tell she was looking at me. And then she just casually said, "Hey." I greeted her, but I could tell she thought she knew me. After standing for a moment, she says, "I can't believe you're not going to say anything about last night." She was angry or frustrated. I looked at her confused and asked her, "Is it possible you're mistaking me for someone else?" She scoffed, told me to stop fucking around. I went to grab my ID from my wallet, fully prepared to prove my case yet again, but before I could, she grabbed my beer and splashed it in my face. What the hell? By the time I could see again, she was gone. The bartender was looking at me like, "Damn, what did you do, dude?" I asked the guy, "Who was that woman?" He laughs. Apparently, he thought I was kidding. So, another case of severely mistaken identity. Leaving the bar that night, I was honestly a little on edge. It was fine when I was innocently mistaken as someone's brother, but now this doppelganger is really pissing people off, and I'm somehow getting the brunt of it all. That was the last experience I had that jolted me, but evidently, this man, my look-alike, lives in the town I work in. I noticed as many people have started to greet me as him, so I know that his name is Dean. Hey, Dean. What the hell does one say to that? I've gotten to the point where I just ignore them, which maybe that's not a good look for Dean, but as far as I'm concerned, this was my face first, my town. Like, where did this guy come from? Why do I feel like somehow I'm being erased? To this day, I've never met him, and honestly, I don't really know if I want to. I had a stalker, a man who thought he was in love with me. He would dream of me, which were signs that we were meant to be together. He lived in another city. I'd known him years ago, but had forgotten that he existed. He began sending letters to me that were pages long. He called my place of work to ask about me. He kept calling until our administrative assistant told him in no uncertain terms that this was harassment. He responded with a slew of epithets that I won't repeat here, but these comments likened her to female genitalia, along with racial slurs. My director told me to report him as a stalker, and I did. He stopped calling, but he didn't stop writing. I got more letters. He found my work email and my personal email. He found my home phone number. He asked questions about my husband. He asked for money. He wrote disgusting things. I contacted the police in his city, begging for help. They told me that he hadn't broken any laws, so they couldn't do anything. He had a police record for assault. I had to seek out information, searching for details about my stalker, finding out everything I could because the police in 2 different states couldn't help me. This meant that he stayed in my head. I found out he had a Facebook page. People had left remarks saying that he was stalking a 13-year-old girl for sex. They called him a child molester. I left all social media save Quora and Twitter. I kept all the media that was related to my job because I had to do so. He also found me on Twitter. I blocked him and anyone who had a similar name. I deleted my website, which I used to conduct a side business, and I deleted my email address that he found on my website. I blocked any numbers I didn't recognize from my phone, and I never answered any unknown calls. I couldn't stop him from emailing me at work, but all emails went into spam, and then I saved them in a folder. Keep in mind, I never once spoke to him or acknowledged that he had reached me. Not once. But he knew. He began to get angry that he was losing access to me. He would write emails saying, "What is wrong? Do you hate me?" I would talk to my husband, asking what I could do. I thought about my son. Was this guy going to appear one day at my doorstep? Did he know where my son went to school? My mind was plagued with constant worry, and I always felt sick to my stomach when I thought of him. I had thrown out the first letter he sent me, but I was advised to keep everything else so that I could make a case if something happened. So I was a sitting duck for a possible event that could result in my own harm or someone that is dear to me. I haven't heard from him since 2016. I would like to think that ignoring him plus cutting all of my possible access helped me. I do know he got arrested for something and was put in jail. I don't know if he's out. I read somewhere, someone fantasizing about a stalker. You want this? Do you really think this is about love, desire, romance? It's sick, sick, sick. You worry all the time. You don't know when you walk down a stairwell if someone will grab you by the throat and drag you into a room. You keep remembering all the things he said to you. In one way, he did me a great favor by calling my job because my boss said, "Let me know what I can do. I will testify, sign any legal document, or do whatever I can to keep you safe." Other people called me into their office to offer their support. I wasn't alone. I understand that the media often makes stalker-like behavior into something romantic. It fills the pages of fan fiction. A lot of fairy tales have stalker-like males and females in which they reveal they are the one who will save them, who will make them happy. So the imagination may think this is okay. It's not. I know I've had a good day when my stalker does not cross my thoughts. He imprisoned my mind as much as my movements. Even writing this, I want to express feelings that are better unsaid. I'm glad that enough people took me seriously. Stalkers are terror personified, a personal hell. My mom was a single parent through my teenage years. I have 2 younger sisters as well. My mother worked 3 jobs at one time, and she was always gone. Her first job started at 4:30 in the morning. She left the house before any of us were awake for school and wouldn't be home until midnight. Yeah, she didn't sleep for years. One morning, I saw a dark figure walk past my bedroom door and down the hall. I called out, "Mom?" The figure leaned back and poked its head into the doorway, as if it were taking one more glance to answer my call, and then continued back down the hallway, out into the living room kitchen area. I got out of bed, not having heard the very loud front door close. I imagined my mother would be in the living room, gathering her items before leaving. I walked into our living area and found no one. Nothing. I immediately phoned my mother. She was already at work. I told her what had happened and explained I was freaking out. This was before cell phones, so my mother had asked me to take the cordless phone and check the entire house. Are the doors locked, front and back? Yes. Check my room. Is it empty? Yes. The bathroom? Yes. Oh my God, Mom. I know I saw someone. Didn't I? My mom calmed me down, tried to explain that maybe it was sleepy stuff in my eyes, throwing me off. Over the weekend, when we had time to spend together, Mom finally broke down, telling me that maybe it was a ghost, but it would be a friendly ghost. Mom went on to explain that the people who sold her the house, they did tell her that an elderly man had peacefully passed away in his sleep before we purchased it. My sister, who's only 3 years younger than me, decided to name the ghost. It was a kind old man, so his name would be Henry. Naming the ghost made it seem less scary for some odd reason. After the first sighting and a name, Henry maybe felt a little more comfortable coming out because we started to see him and his antics more frequently throughout our home. Henry would shut the bathroom door if one of us girls left it open while using the bathroom. This happened very frequently. We were a house full of girls, so we never bothered to shut the door to our one bathroom that we all shared, and locks were not an option, especially in the mornings when we were all getting ready for school. One day, both my younger sisters were visiting my friends or doing their own thing, so I had the house to myself. I decided to watch a movie. We kept our movies on the bottom shelf of a china hutch that my grandmother made for my mom. The door was heavy and preferred to be open as opposed to shut. What I mean to say is if you unlock the door, it would naturally swing wide open. When opened, the one door, movie side, would hang in such a way as to block access to the hallway from the living room. I didn't need to go down the hall, so I left the door open. While watching the movie, out of the corner of my eye, the door slowly swung shut on the china hutch. And while it didn't lock, it was impossible that it would close on its own without some help. Chills ran up and down my spine, arms, legs, neck, everywhere. I immediately phoned my mother at work again and said, "Hey, sorry to call you at work, but Henry just closed the door on the china hutch and suddenly I didn't feel like being alone anymore." Mom told me that she understood and was impressed with Henry's strength to close that door. I agreed. We chatted until I told her I felt better, safe again, and I went back to watching the movie with the china hutch door locked, closed, to keep Henry happy. We moved out of that house when I turned 17, and as we were closing the front door for the last time on the move-out day, we all stuck our heads back inside and said, "Goodbye, Henry." Even though Henry was a friendly ghost, It was still scary as a young teen to come face to face, so to speak, with a ghost, regardless how nice he was. I used to live just outside of Redwood County, Minnesota, and around the age of 16, my parents started allowing me to go camping on my own. That summer, I was in southwest Minnesota with some friends, and we decided to camp inside the reservation. After a long day of bullshitting around, we found a spot and decided to set up our tents. It was pretty beautiful out there, super serene and quiet. We definitely felt like we were on our own out there, but at 16, I painted us as pretty damn fearless, so we weren't bothered, at least not yet. Eventually, it was nightfall, and though still not afraid, the area held a different kind of quiet. It was almost silent. I have no idea what time I fell asleep, but I know it was around 3 a.m. when I woke up. For a few seconds, I wasn't sure why, but then I heard my name being called from outside my tent. It was my friend Aaron's voice, and he was really trying to get my attention. I could also hear my other friend Jeremy shushing Aaron, telling him to be quiet. I didn't say a word. I just started feeling around and looking for a light. Before I got to it, though, I heard something in the silence. But it's like my brain couldn't connect what it was for a minute, until it was so loud and so obvious. It was the sound of horses running, but also what I can only describe as war cries. Almost immediately after I heard the sounds, I realized this was probably what Aaron was trying to bring to my attention. I unzipped my tent because I wanted to see if I could see anything. Jeremy was already outside of his tent, and he was looking around like he had the same idea. We both started to step out closer to the extinguished campfire to investigate the sounds. I couldn't believe how clear they were, how eerie they were. Something about being there suddenly felt wrong, but I still can't pinpoint why. Shortly after that thought, Aaron walked out of his tent armed with a paintball gun. Not sure what good he thought he was going to do with it, but it said to me that he was scared. I guess we all kind of were by now. After an exchange of, "Do you guys hear that?" we all decided that it was something real. We were on the reservation, so it was most likely that the noises were coming from there, somehow. Aaron was paranoid it was someone's way of telling us to get lost, a warning of some kind before a real brutal attack took place. I didn't think that sounded right, but I didn't have much else to offer as to what I thought it was. To me, it couldn't be anything other than what it sounded like. Horses, war cries. It seemed to envelop the whole area, yet was only a whisper at the same time. Suddenly, I felt a small brush of wind against my face, followed by an unusual thump sound right next to my ear. It sounded like something had hit the tree directly behind me, but this time I didn't stick around to investigate. Almost on cue, we all funneled into one car, drove a mile or so into somewhat civilization, and did something that emulated sleep for the next couple of hours. Then, because there's something about daylight, it gives you courage that somehow dissipates when it's dark, we decided to drive back to the campsite. Courage may be a strong word. In reality, we still had to get Aaron's car and the rest of our shit. So what choice did we really have? Once we got there, everything was exactly how we'd left it. Jeremy and Aaron started packing up almost right away, but I had to check something out first. Chances were we wouldn't be coming back to this place again, but something told me, something stronger than just my curiosity, that I would find something in that tree. The tree that had been behind me the night before. I had heard something strike it. Inspecting the tree trunk, I found what appeared to be the odd end of an arrowhead, with the pointed end embedded in the tree. Part of me wanted to take it out, but a bigger part of me felt like that was a bad idea. I told the guys to come over and take a look. We all agreed that's definitely what we were looking at. I decided to pack up my tent. The guys were still over by the tree when Aaron called me back over. They'd found something else. It looked like the piece of an axe. Part of the sharp end, but no handle attached and missing the piece of material that would connect the two parts together. It made me want to find the handle, and though I never did, we found more of these assorted pieces of history. At least that's what I assumed they were. Full-sized arrowheads in various colors of gray, red, and brown. But also, there was this white material that sort of littered the area if you looked real close, or if you knew what you were looking for. They were pieces of pottery, clearly scattered now, but at one time I imagined they were full. We rummaged around the area for what felt like hours, but after we realized we could likely do this forever and never come up short, we decided to call it a day. At one point, Jeremy asked if we should take any of it with us, but we opted not to. I'm shocked and grateful that even at 16 we had enough wherewithal not to take anything with us. Pretty sure we were all just grateful, too, that nothing bad had happened to us or our stuff. I mean, besides being scared out of our minds. Though, something tells me that if we weren't so respectful, things could have been a whole lot scarier. Over the years, I've heard a lot of ghost stories. Stories about people using Ouija boards. My friend talked to me just recently about his haunted basement, which I'll have to follow up with you on. But for now, this is my ghost story. Though I'm not entirely sure it was a ghost, but you tell me. It's the only thing I've ever experienced, and I'm grateful I experienced it with friends eventually. It's nice to know you're not crazy, even if you're 12. No one wants to lose their mind. So far, me and my friends are some of the only ones I've met who have experienced a haunted treehouse. Though the older I've gotten, the more I've come to terms with the fact that maybe it wasn't the treehouse itself. Maybe it was the woods. Our houses all sat along these woods in Central Oregon, my house the furthest into the neighborhood, at the end of the dead end. This means I had woods lining my backyard, but also had them alongside my house on the far side. When I was much younger, my dad learned that our property actually extended into those woods. However, we were unable to establish any plumbing or electrical, so adding onto our home wasn't really an option. Instead, my dad decided to build a pretty state-of-the-art treehouse, one that we used to all enjoy together as a family until it became a spot exclusively for me and my friends. The first time I ever stayed out there alone, I didn't like it. In fact, I ended up back inside almost as soon as my parents were asleep. I was, for all intents and purposes, afraid. I disguised this by having friends with me most of the times that I was out there after dark. After all, the treehouse had always held positive memories. I was sure that I was just being a baby about being alone. I think I was around 11 or 12 when I decided to try sleeping out there alone again. My parents were painting my room, and since they didn't know I was afraid of the treehouse alone at night, they suggested I sleep out there. It was summer after all. For the night, I brought a little battery-powered radio out there, doubled up on blankets, and kept a walkie-talkie with me. The other receivers belonged to my two friends who were also neighbors. So I just wanted the walkie-talkie for reinforcements, I guess. While I was out there, I remember telling myself I wasn't tired and that's why I couldn't fall asleep. But even as my eyes felt heavy and started to close, I found myself forcing myself awake to avoid falling asleep out there. But eventually, nature took over. I'm only human after all, so I fell asleep. Not for long, or maybe it was. The one thing about being out there is I didn't have a way to tell the time. Anyway, I woke up to what I thought was my walkie-talkie going off. It startled me, and I fumbled for the receiver to silence the sort of piercing noise it was producing. I realized it was actually my radio making that noise. I turned it off before I even had a moment to think about how strange that was. I knew I had turned that off. In fact, I was sure I'd turned it off, batteries and all. When it turned on the first time, the radio was just producing static, like it was between actual functioning stations. But then it turned on again, only this time it sounded as though it was skipping through channels. I hadn't laid back down yet, so the radio was just within my grasp. Instead of grabbing it, I found myself sort of leaning forward, I wanted to see if the little red dial was moving, and it was indeed moving. The knob, however, was stationary. As a child, I remember thinking, what kind of magic is this? Yet there was this other part of me that wasn't so much amazed as it was afraid. I wanted to turn the thing off, but I didn't want to touch it. Then, I felt something. The treehouse itself started to vibrate. I had no idea how, but it sure was. The radio kept doing its thing. It tipped over, but it didn't turn off. I'd never wanted to go inside so much. Everything inside of me was dedicated to the cause of making it to my house. At first, I was worried about moving while everything was vibrating, but it started to almost hurt. It was that powerful. When I went to climb down the ladder, I realized it was nearly impossible to grab onto the wood planks. The vibration was so strong, it's like my hands couldn't even grip the wood. The radio was almost silent in comparison to the buzzing sound that completely consumed me. If I hadn't been conscious of it, if I didn't move at all, I would have thought that for sure I was having some sort of seizure. After several moments, it stopped. Everything did. The radio was silent, the treehouse was no longer vibrating, so I wasted no time running back inside the house. I didn't think that I would sleep much that night, but I felt a world of difference being in my own bed, and I passed out. I didn't really spend much time out there alone after that incident. The treehouse actually gathered dust for a while, and my dad contemplated tearing it down. However, when I was around 15, I decided that the treehouse was absolute gold. No way I could give it up. Instead, my dad helped me run some extension cables and cords from the treehouse to the house. This gave me a little makeshift electricity while out there. That summer, it was equipped with a mini fridge, a small TV, and a Nintendo GameCube. It became the chill spot for a while, at least our entire freshman year. But I still, on the low, hated sleeping out there. I always found an excuse for us to go inside. One night, that didn't really work. My friends Riley and Jason were basically giving me a hard time, saying that they weren't done playing video games, and after a few more excuses, they just straight up said that they were too lazy to go inside, that it was too hot in there. So I caved and just said, fuck it, it's one night. I knew better, but you know how peer pressure is. Plus, I was technically their host. Was I just going to leave them out there? I decided my best bet was probably just to fall asleep before they did. The sound of Mario Kart in the background was almost soothing, but I was jerked awake. It felt exactly like when you're between sleep and suddenly you feel like you're falling. My stomach dropped. Then, the vibration started. Only this time I wasn't alone. My friends were both wide awake, and from the looks of it, they were still playing video games because the TV was on. It, along with everything else in the treehouse, was moving slightly. It felt identical to what I experienced as a child, and I hated it. I never heard Riley scream before, not that I could recall. To the sound, it almost didn't register, and it was so drowned out by the other noise. But I saw his face. He was horrified. I watched as he grabbed onto the wood framing and quickly let go, realizing it was impossible to grip. I tried to say out loud to just sit still. It will only be a couple minutes. You just couldn't really hear what I was saying. So I sat there, covering my ears, hoping they would do the same, and they did. Then, just like the first time, it all stopped. The TV was off, and the vibration was no longer present. Riley went straight for the ladder. Jason followed close behind. I took my time leaving, though. I had no idea what I was looking for, but I just felt like I was going to experience something. Another thing I still can't explain. Then, on my way down the ladder, it happens again. Mid-ladder, the vibration causes my hands to lose their grip on the wood, and I fall backwards. Luckily, my friends were already off the ladder by this point. Instead of crushing them, I just fell straight on my back, knocking the wind out of myself. On the ground, I couldn't feel any vibration, but it sounded like an extreme windstorm was making its way through the woods, only there was no wind. After my friends helped me up, I was able to catch my breath and follow them inside. We were far too jumpy to be quiet or even consider what time it was. Jason looked me dead in the eyes, and I'll never forget. He looked at me and said, "I saw something out there. Something big." He was serious, real serious, but he said he couldn't explain. Riley asked me what that was. Why was the treehouse shaking like that, and what the fuck was up with the TV? By this time, my parents came down and were asking us what the heck was going on. Why were we yelling and running around? I wasn't even going to launch into the story, but Jason and Riley did it for me, telling my parents something was outside. Something was shaking the tree and messing with the TV. They swore up and down that they turned off the TV. My parents, well, they just looked tired. Honestly, their lack of enthusiasm made what we experienced seem like nothing, but they weren't there. Essentially, we were told to keep it down and to either set up in the living room or my room. We opted for the living room. Nothing else happened, but by the time I woke up, both of my friends were gone. I called them later that weekend asking where they had gone. They both told me they couldn't sleep. They waited for sunrise and they walked home. They also said that they saw the TV turn on again. They could see a light glowing inside the treehouse from the living room. It shouldn't have been possible, since one of the things my dad did when we woke him up was unplug everything from the house. It shouldn't have even had power. So that was officially the last time I stayed the night up there. Well, it was the last time anyone stayed the night up there. My dad tore it down before senior year. I just have to know, has anyone else experienced something like this? In the woods or in their house? Anywhere? What was it? I'm a 21-year-old female, and I still drive the same car my dad bought me when I was 16. It was a brand new red Mustang, but it didn't have automatic locks, and that was a must for my dad. I thought he was being picky and neurotic, and I just wanted that one. Neither of us was willing to bend, so our solution was for the dealership to keep it for a few days while they installed automatic locks. I threw a fit. I was a spoiled brat who wanted her car now. I didn't care what kind of locks the damn thing had. I just wanted the freedom to leave my parents' house under my own volition. And 3 days might as well have been 3 months. Of course, in reality, the time flew by. And once I got the car, I was much happier than I would have been with manual locks. I know this because they let me choose whether or not I wanted to wait 2 more days so they could also install automatic windows, and I said no. It's a decision I still deeply, deeply regret. But I digress. Overall, I never really thought about those locks or the drama they caused again. Not until about 2 weeks ago. I've just now gotten to the point where I can talk about it without having a full-blown panic attack, but I don't like to dwell on it for too long, so I'm going to try to make it quick. My best friend is getting married next month, and I'm her maid of honor, so I've been running a lot of errands after work. On this particular evening, I had to pick up my dress from the bridal shop, which is in a huge shopping plaza. The parking lot was still packed, and the only spot I could find was pretty far in the back, but I didn't think much of it aside from the extra walking inconvenience. Once inside, I tried on my dress, and the hem was still a hair too long. So the seamstress lady measured me again, only once she got started, she decided the shoulders didn't sit quite right either. The whole time, she's muttering things under her breath like she just couldn't believe she'd made a mistake. Then she took a closer look at my waist, and I saw her face pale in the mirror. She looked horrified and began chanting, "Oh dear, oh dear, oh dear," as she ran from the fitting room. I was in there so long that I almost went looking for someone, but then the manager rushed in with a box underneath her arm, and yeah, long story cut short, they'd given me the other bridesmaid's dress. We're almost the same size, but not quite. Thankfully, my dress fit perfectly, and I was able to get to my next errand, which was in the same shopping center, but by the time I was ready to leave, it was fully dark outside. The parking lot was almost empty, and I had a clear line of sight to my car from the store as I walked out. I was so happy to be finally done with my errands that my eyes were locked onto it, and it alone. As I stepped outside, a man in a dark green raincoat appeared in front of me. I have no idea where he came from, but he launched into a sob story about being out of gas. He said his girlfriend worked at the service station down the road, and if I could just give him a ride down there, she could bring him back. When I looked at his face, his eye was twitching. It looked like he was tweaking out on something pretty bad. I said, "Sorry, I can't," and tried to go around him, but he grabbed my arm. Hard. I had small bruises from where his fingers dug in. He was cursing me under his breath, but I barely noticed. I screamed and simultaneously yanked my arm away as hard as I could. My arm came free, but my cardigan sleeve remained in his grasp. Stealing a quick look around, I saw that we were completely alone and didn't think twice. I twisted out of the cardigan and left it behind like the garbage it was as I broke into a full sprint. While running, I could hear the man's footsteps pounding the pavement behind me, and my heart fluttered each time I heard him stumble. I'm sure those little slips were also instrumental in saving my life. I'm not a very fast runner, so they didn't give me the lead I would have liked, but they got me to safety. Digging my keys out, I hit the unlock button repeatedly until I was actually opening the door, and then I had it locked again before it was even shut behind me. The same instant it slammed closed, there was a loud bang, and the entire car shook with a heavy impact. If I'd been even a single second slower, he would have had me and my car to do whatever he pleased. It was only later, after I made it home, that I realized if my dad hadn't insisted on those automatic locks, I would have had to manually unlock my door when the guy was chasing me. There's no way that I could have made it. I haven't told my dad because I don't want to scare him. He already hates that I live in the city, but I'm getting him one hell of a Christmas present this year. Thanks, Dad. Okay, I got a story about a girl named Mary and her goat. I grew up in an Amish community, but I never went back after Rumspringa. I warn you all now, I'm more than happy to answer questions about Mary and her lamb, but I had a hard childhood, so if people start flooding the comment section with stupid questions about life in the 1800s, this post is getting deleted. So, Mary was my age, and we were friendly but not particularly close. In fact, that's how Mary was with everyone. The only living creature she shared a connection with was that damn goat. I think it was possessed by something, but you can decide for yourselves. When we were 11, Mary's goat was born and rejected by its mother. It's rare, but it happens. Sometimes one of the other mothers might adopt the outcast, but that wasn't the case here. Mary's father wanted to put the goat down. That's just how they handle that sort of thing. But Mary threw a fit, and her parents decided that it would be good for her to learn a hard lesson, so they agreed. She named the goat Cotton and treated it like a human. At first, it was like her own baby. She cooed and cawed at it and pulled it everywhere in a wagon. Then, as it grew older, it became more like her friend. It followed her to school, to town, to church, everywhere. She didn't even have to tie it up. It would just sit outside waiting for her to return. Finally, when we were 13, she began treating it more like a parent. She was afraid to linger after school because Cotton might get angry, or she would become unreasonably upset if Sunday service was taking too long. Everyone knew it was a problem by then, but her parents didn't know what to do. They didn't expect it to survive, but once it did, they couldn't very well take it away from her. Plus, looking back with an adult's perception, I think they were scared of it. I bet that they had some terrifying experiences while living with it for years. At first, it just creeped people out. Everyone, including me, felt like the look in its eyes was a little too knowing. I understand how that sounds, but I literally mean everyone. I just can't explain it except that when he looked at you, it felt exactly like a human stare, like it really saw you. Then there was the weird stuff that would happen when it was around. One Sunday, we had a picnic after church. All the kids played while the parents talked and visited. I was with Mary, Cotton, and 3 other kids. One was a boy our age named Peter, who was known for climbing trees. especially the one that we were gathered around. He didn't even climb as high as he usually did. He just sat on one of the lower branches while we all laughed and joked. Then he said something about the goat that involved cooking him with his grandmother's special sauce. Cotton was eating grass right in the middle of our little group, but we all watched as it stopped and turned its attention upwards. The branch Peter was sitting on, and only that branch, suddenly began to shake. There was no wind whatsoever. Nothing else moved, and it didn't shake dramatically or anything, just enough for Peter to lose his balance. We screamed when he fell, and the adults rushed over. He broke his arm, but was otherwise fine. On a separate occasion, my dad was helping the other men build a new barn when Mary came along with her goat. She was bringing her father some lunch, but one of the other men began giving her a hard time about Cotton being in the way. He was just an ornery old man who didn't like children, but most kids didn't have a demon goat to take offense. A few minutes later, that same man fell from the top of a ladder and broke his back in 2 places. There were a ton of stories like this about Cotton. I could spend hours listing them all, but I'm trying to stick to incidents that I or my family witnessed firsthand. The kid who lived next door to Mary said that he once looked out his window to see the goat walking on its 2 legs in the middle of the night. But I don't know if he was telling the truth, and I don't want something like that to take away from the very real issues our community experienced with this thing. By age 14, none of the other kids wanted anything to do with Mary. We avoided her like a plague, and Cotton seemed to prefer it that way. He especially hated other males. If anyone but Mary's father approached her, the goat would lower its head and try to ram them with its horns. Then there was the night Mary's family lost 7 cattle. I'll never forget the next morning when their neighbor came knocking at our door. He was gathering the men to help dispose of the bodies and Cotton. My mother made me stay inside that day. All the women and children had to, while my father didn't return until late that night. I stayed up so I could eavesdrop on my parents' conversation. Otherwise, I would never know what really happened out there. When Mary's father went out to the pasture that morning, he discovered 7 cows lying dead in a perfect circle, and the goat standing in their center. It didn't move or make a sound as he approached. It only stared at him. He said it felt like Cotton wanted him to come into the circle, like something was pulling at him. When he came to his senses, he was much closer than he believed himself to be, and he was officially done with that goat. He retrieved his rifle, but the weapon wouldn't fire. That's when he got his neighbor, but they had no better luck with the other man's rifle. Finally, they threw a rope around Cotton's neck and drug it into the woods. But just as they began taking it away, Mary ran from the house screaming. Her mother had kept her away all this time. She shouldn't have known anything about what was happening. But somehow, she did. The neighbor's son had to help keep her inside while her goat was dragged into the woods. My dad said it sounded human, that the further they took it, the more it sounded like a frightened child. But when they reached a clearing and tied it to a tree, it suddenly began to sound like some kind of demon. Even tied up, it fought them every step of the way. Several men were cut by its horns, and one man inexplicably cut his own hand instead of Cotton's throat. But eventually, they were able to kill it. My dad's voice became even softer when he described the black blood that first poured from its neck. It was only for a moment before it changed to the normal color, but for those who saw it, it was just one more impossible piece of evidence that something wasn't right with that goat. There used to be this old abandoned church behind our middle school. It's not there anymore because it burned down after I graduated high school, and they never rebuilt anything in its place. When we were kids, we'd go there after school and hang out, usually with 0 issues. We weren't exactly allowed there, but no one ever shooed us away either. I was in 7th grade and my younger sister was in 5th grade. After school, just like so many other days, I walked to the church with a group of friends and waited for my sister to get out of elementary school, which was a half-hour behind. Usually for fun, we would act out scenes from our favorite movies. We'd stand up near the podium, which still stood tall at the head of the church, while the others would act as the audience in the pews. On this day, I was on stage with my best friend, and we were acting out some of our favorite scenes from Clueless. The party scene. First, when Dion finds Murray has shaved his head, and then it was time for the rollin' with the homies scene, where Ty hits her head on the lamp. We're about to start the second part when someone in our audience screams. Then, 2 screams. My friend and I are like, "What the fuck, guys?" Totally assuming something innocent. "That cross moved," they shouted over each other. We turn around to face the large cross that they were talking about, only it's perfectly still. Clearly, they were messing with us. So we keep going with our skit, but the audience is restless now. We try to ignore that fact and attempt to make them laugh. Suddenly, my friend lets out a small yelp, whips around while swatting near her head. Something whispered in her ear. "What did it say?" I asked. My friend says that she doesn't know. It was like someone was just breathing in her ear. Maybe it said hi, or maybe it was just a hiss. I know my friend well enough to determine that I don't think she's messing with me. The church feels cold all of a sudden. The audience is on their feet, and I realize that we are collectively thinking the same thing. So I say it. Let's go. We shuffle off the stage and make our way to the church entrance. Before we reach the door, we're temporarily stopped and startled by a loud crash coming from behind us. The large cross hanging, the one that the girls said moved, was now completely off the wall and crash landed directly where my friend and I stood just moments ago. None of us stuck around long enough to do any more investigating. That was enough for us to understand our idea to leave was the right one. I was so shocked, scared, or dazed by the entire experience, I almost forgot to pick up my sister. I just started walking straight home. Halfway there, I realized my mistake and went back for my sister. She usually likes to cut through the church, but this day, and basically every day moving forward, we avoided that place. When the place burnt down years later, it was said that some sort of satanic ritual was taking place. No one died in the fire, but people reported hearing screaming coming from the area, and within moments it was up in flames. Police deemed it arson, but no one was ever caught. Not that we know of, anyway. Now the church is an abandoned pile of burnt rubble with a weak police tape barrier. I believe kids still mess around in there, but honestly, I can't imagine why. KK was a friend of mine who passed away in May 2016. In high school, he was the life of the party. The daredevil antics he'd perform would sometimes result in him breaking something or getting into fights with the kids whose families actually owned the houses we were getting trashed at that particular night. After we graduated, KK never really got his shit together. He continued the drinking and partying long after most of us had left for college or started working. He was passionate about photography and had a charm that could melt the coldest of personalities. And he was smart, surprisingly smart, yet incredibly unmotivated about any other aspect of life that didn't involve a party or his camera. In our friend circles, and I'm sure this is the same for others as well, if you were to look at it like tiers on a cake, you'd have your best friend on top, your number one trusted friend. Then the second tier, a group of 3 or 4 that you always do everything with, your squad. Then the tiers below are self-evident from one another. This long-winded simile, all to state that KK didn't really have those tiers. He never had a best friend, and he rotated between lunch tables depending on who he was talking to that day. KK was well-liked amongst all the circles of friend groups. His house would be the one that most of us have our best high school memories at. If KK had parents, we never met them, but every weekend his house was filled with bottles of alcohol. The basement of his house looked like an arcade with dozens of large cabinets in rows on the wall. There was an air hockey table in the middle of the room that we would utilize for more than just air hockey. I would attribute the beer pong accuracy I have today to the time spent in KK's basement. When school was out, my chances to attend a party at KK's would start to become less and less. I'd still receive a text every weekend inviting me out, and I'd have to text back that I was working or had previously made plans. One night, a few of my other friends text me that they were going over there to party. I didn't have work in the morning, and as much as my laundry needed tending, I thought it would be fun to get a couple of drinks in, see who's there, catch up for at least a few hours. When I get there, it's like stepping into a time capsule. I find my friends downstairs. A beer pong game is happening on the air hockey table. And I hear KK scream my name before he nearly tackles me to the floor with a hug. The night proceeds and I end up staying way longer than I planned on being there. We're all around the Mortal Kombat cabinet, watching some people play, when KK pulls me to the side and basically confesses a love that he's had for me since middle school. I try to let him down easy, best I can. Explaining things in my life are really hectic. I wasn't trying to get involved with anyone while I'm still trying to find myself. Eventually, we managed to turn the uncomfortable moment into a joke, and he and I played a couple of games of asteroids before I left. On one of our last games, he got a pretty high score, and when he entered his initials to the leaderboard, he typed in LUV. I pretended not to notice. Then I went and said my goodbyes to my other friends and left. Later that week, a friend calls me up and asks if I heard what happened to KK. One of the housekeepers showed up and found him at the bottom of the bathtub. Water had been overflowing for hours, flooding the whole upstairs. He'd set up live wires, tightly gripped in each of his hands. Another set of wires in his mouth. All the wires crudely split by a knife that he'd used to hang his departure letter by sticking it into the wall. In the letter, KK wrote of his battle with depression, alcoholism, and mental health. It was worse than anyone could have guessed. At the end, he made a list of all of his things and what he was giving to who. It was really heartbreaking to hear all of this, and I wouldn't have expected to be one of the names on the list. But a little after that, a large shipping truck pulls into my cul-de-sac and delivers a big wooden crate to my porch. It's too big to fit through the door, so the men put it in the garage. I use a hammer from my roommate's toolbox to get the crate open. KK had given me the asteroids cabinet, the one we were playing the last time I saw him. The gesture brought a tear to my eye. When my roommates got home from work that night, I made them help me plug it in. When the screen lit up, it flashed the high scores, and LUV Love still held the number 4 spot. Seeing it made my heart hurt and twist more. I broke down and finally expelled this guilt that I was feeling about KK's death. I didn't know how much I was holding inside until it all came out. I cried and cried, inconsolably, until every tear had fallen and I was too tired to continue. I get in bed and try to fall asleep. Exhausted from all the emotions, I doze off fast, but eventually a sound wakes me up again. The garage wall is the same wall that my bed is on, and I hear the buzzes and beeps of the asteroid cabinet and my roommate slamming away on the buttons. It's enough of a disturbance that I can't go back to sleep. I'm more upset than I probably needed to be. My blood starts boiling at how disrespectful my roommates are being. They knew where this cabinet came from, but it sounded like they were treating it so rough. When I heard one of them shake the machine, I got out of bed ready to unleash hell. I leave my room and I notice the living room is completely dark. It's after 3, and I don't see the light coming from under the garage door like what I'd usually see if the lights were on and people were in there. I walk through the dark living room to the garage door and swing it open. The lights are off, and nobody's in the garage. The only light is the soft glow from the asteroids cabinet. Walking over to the machine felt eerie, but not scary. I know what I heard. The machine sounds are unmistakable with anything else in this house. But with no evidence of anyone actually playing the game, I wasn't sure what to think. Then I checked the high scores listed on the screen. Now, LUV Love sat in not only the number 4 spot, but also number 3. For a moment, I thought my roommates were playing some sort of sick joke. But then I felt warm inside, almost as though someone had placed a warm blanket over my body. I touched the keys, just stayed there for a moment. Was he here with me? Now? Suddenly, I was speaking out loud. I'm so sorry. I miss you, KK. I thought all my tears had dried up earlier, but turns out there were some more in there after all. I stood crying over the machine for a while, talking. I didn't know to who, but I hoped KK. Eventually, the warm feeling sort of drifted away, and I found myself going back to bed. I never shared this story before. I didn't think anyone would understand or believe me anyways. But I got to thinking about it again, as I'm going to be moving into my first home here soon. My fiancé and I debated on keeping the thing or not. It was a short debate. For some reason, it just doesn't feel right getting rid of something like that. So its new home is my new home, and that feels pretty good. I should say firstly that I've never harmed any living creature for pleasure. I do have blood on my hands, mostly from my service in the military when I was a younger man. PTSD never goes away. It's an uncontrollable, unconscious reaction from a lifetime of memories lived by another man, a young and naive man, the husk I grew to emerge from. When I discarded my old shell, talks of it could reanimate the corpse to dance in vivid memories so real you'd swear you were there again. Memories I have no interest in revisiting, but I believe prefacing this is necessary in order for the next part to fully make sense. After discharge, I was still active in the Ready Reserve for a few more years. My first wife, Jackie, and I fell in love with the suburbs of D.C. Jackie was a nurse at the Veterans Hospital. I would struggle to hold down stable employment through the first year as a civilian. My mind was damaged, and I was barely functioning. The worst episode occurred when I was working at a Safeway. I was on a knee opening boxes of milk to start stocking in a big refrigeration unit. The cooling fans in there are loud. A coworker walks up behind me to put something in the refrigerator. I don't notice her, but she accidentally knocks over a jar and it explodes. The noise startled me so much that it had triggered a flashback, and I black out. Blacking out is something unreal. At first, my eyes were fixed on brown cardboard. Through the holes, the rows of gold-capped glass jars, each filled with white milk, that would clink and slosh around as I pulled them out. Then, in the blink of an eye, I realize I'm standing. My coworker's back is pressed against my chest. My left arm was holding her like a bear hug, while in my right hand was a box cutter. The door to the refrigeration unit is opened, and in the doorway, shoppers are staring in. In front of them, my boss has his hands up and is walking towards me. My ears fully dial back into frequency, and everything hit me all at once. I instantly released the woman and dropped the box cutter. I was lucky not to have gone to prison that day. They decided not to call the police. My boss served in World War II. He understood the horrors of war, but he could also see that I wasn't fit for normal life yet. As I scrambled to find other work, the offer that we'd previously put down on a house had finally been accepted. Thankfully, Jackie was smart enough with money. She'd stashed away the money in a coffee tin under her vanity for months. We had just enough to move in, but in order for us to continue our residency, I needed to find a job fast. The first couple of months after moving in were the most stressful and put the most strain on me and Jackie's marriage. We did everything in our power to make the house feel like a home, but it just never did. Even with the heat up and the lights on, The cold, dark energy was inescapable. I was drained every morning because I'd be plagued by night terrors almost every night. The dreams I had were also no longer amidst the backdrop of North Vietnam. Instead, the setting began to resemble home, visions of my neighborhood after a catastrophic disaster. The sky above is colored orange from a glow of distant fires, and violence fills the street as neighbors turn on one another for resources. Internalizing my trauma was the worst thing that I could have done for myself in my relationship, but we were both increasingly stressed, both at our breaking points. I kept it from Jackie, in fear of becoming more of a burden in her eyes, further scrutinizing my sanity and ability to provide a stable household. Soon enough, the night terrors would reach a level I've never experienced. I began to question if I was awake or asleep when they decided to haunt me. In our bedroom, we had a walk-in closet with sliding doors. I was reading a book late one night when I heard the wooden doors of the closet quietly rattle. I looked up to see them both gently slide open. I got chills like never before, and the hair stood up on the back of my neck, then my whole body. I'm staring into the closet. The shade of darkness grows deeper the further back my eyes try to focus. Then, from the floor up, the blackest of colors inside the closet begins to morph and take shape, eating every ounce of reflecting light. It resembled a slow-rising plume of smoke, or vines, as it started to grow into a human shape. The figure was female, and the smoke she grew from continued to fall through the ground like an endless dress. I did the only thing that I thought I could do, the only thing that I used to do when I'd see images of war, and that was to close my eyes tight, try to fall asleep before they became too real. I'd come to find out that that was only the entity introducing herself to me. She would be a fixture in my peripherals during the day and night. I would see her take form in the corners of the room, but I would never interact or look over. She looked like what I used to see during active duty. The ghosts of men you killed in battle that day follow you on your march back to the barracks. With the moon at our backs, our shadows in front of us would be joined by other shadows. Sometimes you could outrun them. Sometimes they'd run with you. Observations everyone in the platoon experienced, but didn't always share out loud. The first winter Jackie and I spent in our house was bitterly cold. A new pipe would burst seemingly once a week, and I'd have to crawl under the house to fix it. I hated getting down there in the crawl space. That's when I'd be tormented by this female entity. I could feel her crawling around with me, faster than I could move. My flashlight would catch her as I swiveled for tools. I'd suppress my fear just enough to keep my hands from shaking as I finished the job. Then, that same winter, we received a call from Jackie's sister. She'd sustained a pretty extensive injury slipping on ice. Jackie would need to stay with her through the new year to help out. Jackie had to catch 2 buses to get to work every day. She and I would talk on the phone every night, and I would visit her on lunch breaks, but it wasn't the same. We missed each other more than we knew. Ironically, I think this time apart made us appreciate each other more. I filled my time with odd jobs around town, doing my best to stay out of the house as long as I could, before having to return in the evening. I was alone, but I wasn't. It was impossible not to feel like I was constantly being stalked within the confines of my home. Out the window, I watched my neighbors hang up Christmas lights without a care in the world. The gutters and doors of my house remained bare. No wreath, no tree, no decorations. There was no point in wasting the effort if I was going to be the only one pretending to enjoy it. With Jackie coming home for the new year, I decided to stop feeling sorry for myself and spruce the place up a little bit. I picked up some candles that were festively scented, some new blankets for the couch, all of our favorite foods. It was important to ring in the new year correctly, I thought. However, once Jackie got home, she told me that being with her sister had been stressful, yes, but she also felt relief. Relief from her night terrors, relief from the shadows. At first, she thought that I was offended because I hadn't said a word, but I wasn't offended. I completely understood. I told her as much, finally, and then we officially started swapping stories. I learned her dreams were slightly different from mine. She described chaos similar to mine, but also personal nightmares like losing a limb, watching me die horrific deaths over and over. The most unsettling, yet reaffirming of all, she also described the same figure, and she confirmed she'd seen the figure while she was awake. She was folding clothes in the living room, watching TV, but she had that intense feeling like she was being watched. Glancing towards the hallway, she focused on the darkness, feeling that it was darker than it should be. Then she saw it. The black plume formed the shape of a woman, cloaked in continuous darkness. Jackie said she froze and just closed her eyes tightly, praying that it would go away. When she opened her eyes, it was gone. Being at her sister's, she said, it felt as though a giant weight had been lifted. She believed the weight to be our house. We both couldn't believe that we'd kept it from one another, but I guess I understand it from both sides. At first, I thought we felt better, having it all out in the open. We were motivated to try and figure out what to do about this feeling, what to do about the house. And I wish that we'd made it that far, but for several reasons. Some I can explain, others I can't. Everything really did start to fall apart. Our careers, the house, our relationship itself. We had no time to do much of anything except for work and try to get some sleep in between doing so. Night terrors continued. Shadows intensified, manifesting in more places than just the closets, the hallways, the corners. It was everywhere. This figure haunted us until we surrendered. Jackie and I ended up filing for divorce after we sold the house. There was no bitterness there, but we were both exhausted. We didn't stay close, but we ran into each other maybe 6 years after the divorce at a mutual friend's funeral. I wasn't going to bring it up, but Jackie did, asking me if I ever saw that figure again. Honestly, I hadn't thought about it. In fact, I was sure that I hadn't thought about it since the moment we sold that house. And she said the same thing. Until Jackie, I always assumed all of my nightmares were my own. Any horror I experienced, I assumed, was superficial or the result of recalling a more horrific time. Though I don't know exactly what we experienced, I at least know that I wasn't alone in that one. When I was a kid, we lived next to a really big creek, and my dad would regularly take me to swim or look for fossils. We were in a rural area, so there weren't any other houses or people around. I'm not sure it has an actual name, but we always called it Riley's Creek, even though we have no clue who Riley is. My favorite area was a big swimming hole beneath an old bridge. For the most part, you could walk through the water anywhere you wanted and never go deeper than your ankles. But this was one of those sweet spots. I'm a lover of all animals, so I always paid attention to noises around me. Raccoons and deer were a common sight, but I was mostly looking for beavers. I enjoyed helping them build their dams, but looking back, I'm now realizing I probably did more harm than good. If nothing else, I'm sure they didn't appreciate my scent in their territory. Oh well, this isn't about beavers. This is about something much larger that I still can't identify. While I played in the swimming hole, Dad looked for fossils, but then he realized his beeper was still in the truck. It was so much faster for him to simply run back and get it rather than dragging me along. Some of the terrain was pretty rugged for an 8-year-old, and he had to carry me for those sections. Ultimately, he decided that I could be alone for a few minutes. It was the 90s after all, so he went without me. From where I sat in my big swimming hole, he had to walk up a steep hill to my left. On my right was the forest, and there was no place to get out on that side. Just a steep embankment and the overgrown tree line. It's important to understand we're discussing two completely opposite directions. It was impossible for my dad to be in the woods, especially so fast. He was only out of my sight for a minute, probably less, when his voice called my name from the forest next to me. I was looking up the steep embankment and into the branches of the overhanging trees, rather than actually seeing into the woods. So I was completely blind from my spot. At first, I assumed I heard wrong, that Dad had simply returned to take me with him after all, but I didn't see him while crawling out of my swimming hole. I stood with my back to the dense forest and watched the place that Dad should have been standing, but there was still no sign of him. Then I heard, "Hey, Emma." It was definitely behind me, and definitely his voice. But the way he said it, it was weird. The inflection made it sound like a question, as if he wasn't sure it was me. But who else would it have been? When it happened, I turned around with a startled cry and scanned the area with desperate urgency. But the only thing I saw were jumbles of green and brown. I moved a few feet further down, but came to a dead stop when a pair of footsteps also began walking through the woods in the same direction. They stopped when I stopped, and as I turned back to the forest, I saw something too big to be human move behind a tree. It was on two legs, and there are no bears out in our area. And even if there were, that wouldn't have explained how it spoke. It called my name once more, only that time it sounded angry. I didn't want to stay there anymore. I wasn't sure how long Dad had been gone, but he should have at least been on his way back now. I thought if I raced to the truck, I would run into him sooner rather than later, but then I worried whatever was in the woods might chase me, and I wasn't sure how fast I could get up that hill. It was steep and overgrown with sticker bushes. I'd always needed help getting up and down. In the end, I settled for slowly backing away as quietly as possible. If it turned out that I had to run anyway, I wanted as much of a head start as I could possibly get. All the while, my eyes never moved from the tree where I saw the figure disappear. I'd gone 3 or 4 yards when it suddenly stepped out from its hiding spot, and I had a clear view. It looked like a deer standing on its hind legs, but with arms and hands. It had antlers, but its head was mostly human-shaped aside from its nose and mouth. I mean, I was a terrified child, so maybe the face can be explained by a mask. But there was something really wrong with its body. I only saw it for a few seconds before breaking into a full run, and I didn't start screaming until it dropped into the water with a loud splash. I had just made it to the bottom of the hill and was starting my way up when my dad appeared at the top. Out of breath, with a wild look in his eyes, he saw that I was clearly in a state of total panic, but couldn't figure out why. When he failed to scream and run away, I looked back to see that the creature was gone, or hiding, and I didn't want to be there when it came out again. Dad didn't want to leave without knowing what had happened, and he's an extremely logical man. I wasn't playing the game where he made me look under the bed to prove that nothing was there. So I said that a weird man tried to get me to follow him into the woods. We left really fast after that, and we didn't go back again, which was fine with me. I've never actually told him the truth just because I know that he wouldn't believe me. He would say that I just let my overactive imagination ruin one of my favorite places. But I know what I saw. That thing had antlers and stood on 2 legs. I was done with that creek, period. Hi, I'm new here, and I don't normally enjoy spooky stuff, but my little sister is kind of obsessed, and she swore that this would be a safe place to share my story. I'm not even sure if it's a good one, but I'm getting pretty freaked out, and I feel like a nutbag when I try to tell my friends about it. I live in a small town where every other building has been named a historical landmark, so all the homes and businesses are extremely old. Many of the bigger houses downtown have been separated into individual apartments, including where I live. It would normally be too expensive for my pay grade, but the landlord offered me a deal that I couldn't refuse for taking the basement quarters. I figured that there was some gruesome murder story behind her generosity, but she said the reduction was to compensate for the lack of cell service. Apparently, all of the concrete does a bang-up job of blocking our reception, unless you leave your phone sitting on the window, which, don't forget, is a tiny rectangle under the ceiling because we're in a basement. But at the end of the day, I was desperate to get my own place, so I took it. I should also add that you can't gain access to any part of the building without knowing the gate code. So it's not like random people can just wander inside. Once you enter, the ground floor and upstairs apartments are in one direction, and the stairs for my place are tucked off to the left. There's nothing down there except for my apartment and an old storage closet, meaning there's no reason for anyone to be on those steps, except for myself and the maintenance man. Just a quick note about that guy. He's an elderly widow who doesn't even live in the building. He takes several days to come around here when there's a problem, and I've never seen him move faster than a snail. I'm not saying that he's not capable of it. I'm just saying it's extremely unlikely that he's responsible for my problems, considering it would be very difficult for him to come and go without being noticed. Each time he appears, every tenant swarms him. When you descend the basement stairs, there's a long hallway with the closet at the end, and my door is on the right about midway down. Every step you take, no matter how soft, echoes, so it's very hard to be stealthy, even if you want to be. Towards the end of my first week there, I was working on my laptop when I heard someone run down the stairs and through the hall. Thinking it must be a kid, I stuck my head out the door to chase them off. Only no one was there. It's a straight hallway. From my door, I have a clear view of each end, and nobody was there. They couldn't have left before I looked either. I'm positive the footsteps were on the closet end of the hall when I got the door open. Ultimately, I decided that it must have been someone upstairs, and I went back to work. After my first month in the apartment and having a few friends over, I became very accustomed to the difference in what it sounds like when someone is descending my steps or the ones above me. The difference in volume alone is unmistakable, but my stairs are also the only ones that make a loud echo. The second incident happened the night before Halloween. This time I heard someone scream before pounding their way down my steps and through the hall. I got to the door just as the steps were passing my apartment. But the second it opened, they vanished mid-stride. I even considered the possibility that they were hiding in the closet, but there were only cleaning supplies inside. Over the next couple of weeks, I put a great deal of effort into befriending one of the tenants. As it turns out, there are no kids living in my building. The lady in the attic apartment sometimes has her grandkids over, but they weren't visiting on either occasion I heard footsteps. It happened for a third time a few days ago. This was the worst one yet, and what prompted me to finally seek advice. There was no scream, but the footsteps sounded louder than ever, and instead of running past my door, they stopped right in front of it. My heart stopped dead in my chest when the banging began. I somehow found the courage to look through the peephole and saw a frightened young woman staring in the direction of the stairs as she continued her desperate knocking. I instantly forgot all about the possibility of ghosts or whatever spooky story I'd created in my mind. That girl was there, outside my door, terrified, but very real, until I actually yanked the door open, and no one was there. Again, there wasn't so much as a trace of the echo left from her insistent knocks. Also, there's no history of mental illness on either side of my family. That's probably a good thing to mention. I just don't understand. Is it possible for just the hallway to be haunted? Because nothing has ever happened inside my apartment, and the other tenants have sworn that they've never experienced anything strange in the building. I don't know. I'm at a loss. Part of me knows that I should try to learn if someone fitting her description has died here, but I really don't want to know the answer. Someone, please just tell me what to do. I've heard stories of doppelgangers, glitch in the matrix stories. I've always been fascinated by them. I used to wonder, why don't more people have these experiences? And then one day, I had one of my own. A doppelganger event or shift in time, reality, whatever it was, it happened to me. A little bit of context first about myself and where I live. I'm a 20-year-old guy, tall, broad shoulders, brown hair. I live in a small English village in the countryside. It's the kind of place where you don't see many new people living there. I've lived there my entire life, and I see the same regular people going about their lives on a regular basis. Anyways, back to the story. I walked from my house just on the edge of the village to the local shop to get some groceries. It was midday, and the weather was quite dull and gloomy. Everything was going normal until I walked back from the shop. I'm walking on the path outside of an old church. I carry on walking down the path ahead of me, but I have the option to cross the street and walk on the other path that leads to the same route that I was going to, just a different way. Anyway, as I think about crossing over, I look into the distance not too far away from me, and on the other side of the path, I see me. This person is the same height and build as me, and they're wearing the same clothes. I was wearing a green wax coat and black trousers, and so was the guy ahead of me, on the other side of the road. He also had the same brown hairstyle as me. My mind was racing about what could be happening. I then noticed that the guy ahead is carrying the same shopping bag as I am. I am then surprised to see this person that looks just like me and wave at an old woman who was walking the same path as I was, but was ahead of me in the opposite direction. I walked past the old woman, and then I decided to cross the road to follow the other me. But as I'm about to, a black car drives by, blocking my view. I decided not to go the same way as the other me because I had a weird feeling that I shouldn't. As I make the decision not to go the way that the guy that looks like me went, he disappears, just vanished, the moment that I decided not to go that way. I didn't see him disappear. It was like he was never there. But I still had the vivid memory of the event. It was like by suddenly deciding not to go that way, I changed time. I moved quickly ahead to see where he was, but this other me is nowhere to be found. I look in the driveways of people's houses, and he wasn't in any of them. There's nowhere for him to go. My mind was blown. As I walked back, I had the most eerie feeling and got quite creeped out. I think I had a time slip, that I was seeing into a possible future, but by changing my mind and not going that way, that never happened, so the other me disappeared. But one thing that I could not figure out was who was the old woman that he was waving at. I don't know her, and I walked past her, but when I walked past her, she didn't seem surprised or shocked that she saw two of me. Who she was is also a mystery. I went camping for a 3-day, 2-night trip for the first time with my 2 older sisters, my second sister's boyfriend, and my nephew. Now, both of my sisters have experience camping in the woods, while my sister's boyfriend, my nephew, and I have no experience. The place we camp at had people around, and it was nice. The people there were friendly. The layout of the camp was some of the sites had just woods, the others an open field, and there was also a wooded recreational forest area. We were in the wooded forest area, and the bathroom was dead smack in the middle, so we had to walk uphill to go to the bathroom. Now, me being me, I'd always say, what if a skinwalker shows up? And I'd always talk about what if a skinwalker showed up. And this fact, my sisters didn't like. They'd always tell me to shut up. So, we get there, we set up our tents, and we're headed back out to get some grub. We got back, made s'mores, and turned in for the night. The following night, I was making dinner, and my sister and her boyfriend went to the bathroom to take a shower. As soon as I was finished making dinner, my sister's boyfriend came back to our campsite. He was wearing his headlamp, and it was bright as the sun. And he asked, "Do you know where your sister's at?" And my other sister and I said, "We thought she was with you." My sister's boyfriend said, "Oh, she must still be in the shower," and proceeded to walk back to the bathroom. At this point, my sister was back 5 minutes after her boyfriend walked back, and as soon as my sister was back at the campsite, my other sister told her, "Your boyfriend was looking for you." Now, my sister thought our oldest sister was messing with her, so she shrugged it off. Minutes after my sister got back, her boyfriend returned, and they both went into their tent to talk about what had happened. After our trip was over, we got home. My sister brought up what had happened while we were camping. This is what I got from my sister's point of view. So, her and her boyfriend left to take a shower. As soon as she was done, she was walking down the hill to go back to the campsite, and she saw someone with their headlamp on, but turned it off as soon as my sister walked down. The weird thing was she was waiting for something to pass her or a footstep to walk past, but nothing happened. She definitely didn't think this was her boyfriend, but my older sister, myself, my nephew, we all saw her boyfriend walking up the hill, and the creepy part of it is her boyfriend said that he was still in the shower. Now that I think about it, it sends a chill down my spine. If only I was aware, but it was too dark. Could it be a skinwalker? Or my sister's boyfriend, doppelganger? Last year, my mate Danny and I took his speedboat out for a little ocean fishing. About 4 nautical miles east of harbor, we stopped the boat and cast out from opposite sides of the deck. Minutes later, Danny sets down his rod and rushes to the front of the boat. He grabs a pair of binoculars and looks back in the direction he's facing. I turn around and immediately see what he sees. From a distance, it looks like 2 men were sitting on a vessel that recently capsized. The keel floating above the waves, just enough for the men to sit on it to avoid the cold. Danny sets down the binoculars and throttles the boat to life. We start heading towards the distressed men. We cut the engine short of their overturned vessel to slow our approach as to not splash them with our waves. As our drift brought us closer, the shape of the men's features began to take form. My heart started to palpitate, noticing how similar their features resembled me and Danny. Danny walks to stand next to me when he sees what I see. We're both in disbelief, but the adrenaline of the situation prolonged our comprehension. Danny turns around to grab life jackets. I run to grab the life preserver. But when we meet back at portside, there's no longer anyone on the overturned boat. The keel was empty of its passengers, clinging to its wood, like they'd never been there. There was no sign of them anywhere. The capsized boat didn't disappear, but we watched it slowly continue to sink, until finally it was fully submerged. We watched it sink into the darkness. We waited for any remains of the wreckage to float up so we could identify and report it when we got back to shore, but nothing surfaced. Released oxygen bubbles didn't even float up after the boat sank. We were in a stunned silence. I made a comment about us just meeting a couple of ghosts, but Danny commented on their features, saying ghosts don't mimic. Whatever it was, we agreed it wasn't earthly, and it definitely wasn't good. an undoubtedly bad sign. So we decided to cut our fishing trip short and head back. On the way back, I was on the verge of tears without having any idea as to why, but I vividly remember feeling an overwhelming grip of sadness when we saw the men. A feeling I initially ignored because I thought that we had to rescue some stranded fishermen. And this feeling followed me all the way home. The air only truly felt clean the next day. It was like my energy was completely expended. Emotionally exhausted from a leisure trip. If you consider this paranormal, it was my only experience with otherworldly entities. Do spirits wander the ocean? Why did they look like us? I don't know if I believe in all the devil stuff, but I really can't classify all of this in another category. Any logical explanations? Hi, my name is Nancy, and I think we have something evil in our home. In total, there's 6 of us living here. Myself, my husband, his ailing mother, and our 3 children, ages 15, 10, and 7. The first incident happened almost a month ago when I came home from work. Now that we're caring for my mother-in-law, Linda, I leave my office at noon and work from home for the rest of the day, but a nurse stays with her from 8 to 12 while I'm away. As usual, I came in through the kitchen and headed upstairs to change clothes. Linda's nurse was coming down as I was going up, and she said, "I'm sorry, Nancy, what was it you needed?" I was completely lost. I hadn't spoken a word since arriving home. The confusion must have shown on my face because she proceeded to clarify, "When you called for me just now." But I still didn't know what she was referring to, and that made her confused. So she further clarified. I couldn't step away until I finished Linda's IV, like it was the most obvious thing in the world. Judy is such a nice woman, and we've always gotten along very well, but in that moment, I realized she was a little wary, as if she expected me to bite her head off. I asked if everything was okay, and she said, "Yes, ma'am, you just seemed a little upset when you called. I was worried that something bad had happened." After explaining I never called for her, she became very confused and asked me to follow her back to Linda's room, where my mother-in-law was much less polite about it. She said I should be ashamed of myself for taking that tone with Judy. I had to pull up the security footage to prove I had done no such thing. When I showed them the recording, they both paled and fell silent. I tried to pull up the footage of whatever they heard, but the cameras only pick up Judy and Linda's voices. They swore that I called for Judy 3 times in progressively harsher tones, and their reactions on the video clearly show that they were disrupted by something. I told my husband, Kevin, we're both believers, but we didn't tell the kids yet. We've never experienced a ghost that could imitate voices, which made us worry that it might be a demon or something malicious, and we didn't want to frighten them. In hindsight, that was a mistake. But this wasn't a topic they covered in our parenting books. That weekend was one of the rare occasions that all 3 kids were staying with friends. Saturday evening, I was cooking dinner while Kevin watched TV. Once finished, I fixed 3 plates and called for Kevin to take one to his mother while I poured the wine. But when he came into the kitchen, he was white as a ghost. He asked how I got back into the kitchen, and I explained that I never left. Then he turned even whiter and said that he had just watched me come downstairs and go into the bathroom. He had asked if dinner was ready, but I ignored him without so much as a glance in his direction. We immediately knew that it was that thing again, only now we were even more frightened. A voice was one thing, but this was a full apparition. Kevin ran to the bathroom. The door was still shut and the light was on inside, but when he pulled the door open, it was empty. Skip to the following Wednesday, and that night, we woke to our youngest crying for her father. This was strange unto itself because she hasn't done that for a couple of years now, and even when she did, it was always me that she called for. When Kevin came back from checking on her, he was clearly shaken. He walked in just as she was almost to the door. And upon asking where she was going, she said, "I have to go with Mommy, but I don't want to. She's being mean." Then our daughter further explained that she had woken up to me standing in her doorway, but my smile was too wide, and it scared her. She asked what I was doing, and I told her to come with me. But when she didn't want to get out of bed, my scary smile became a terrifying scowl. That's when she called for Kevin. What would have happened if she'd gone with this thing? What is it? We told all of the kids everything that had happened the next morning. My oldest thinks that we've lost our minds, but that's fine with us. I trust him to recognize a dangerous situation if he experiences it. The other two, not so much. We made sure that they knew not to go near me if I seemed off in any way. It breaks my heart to see them so frightened, but what else could we do? This next incident happened yesterday, and it's what prompted me to make this post. Linda and I were home alone, just after her nurse had left, and I was making our lunch. On my way upstairs, she began frantically screaming my name, and I ran the rest of the way. When I made it to her room, she was pointing at the bathroom door with a shaking hand. Her medication makes her very sleepy, and she had started to doze off, but then she felt someone sit on the bed and thought I had returned with lunch. She opened her eyes to see me at the foot of her bed, but this time, my eyes were wrong. They were too big, and the irises were too small. She told the apparition to get out, but it only smiled at her, and Linda saw its teeth were also wrong, long and pointed. That's when she heard me on the stairs and began shouting my name. The apparition then stood up, still smiling, and calmly entered the connected bathroom. My heart was hammering as I approached the door, but no one was inside. I really don't know what to do. We don't feel safe in our own home. If this was a normal haunting, we would already be looking for a new house, but I feel like that wouldn't help in this case. We tried burning sage the next time the kids were out, but it didn't make a bit of a difference. We're officially willing to try anything. Please help. This happened when I started living alone, not long after I had just moved in. I think it must have been the first week. I found out that my new apartment was in the path of an oncoming typhoon. That night, I'd gotten off to sleep all right, but I woke up in the middle of the night to hear the sound of the wind and rain lashing my windows. It was so loud, I just couldn't get back to sleep. I was lying there in bed, thinking about nothing in particular, when I heard something. It was coming from the front door. It was the doorbell. Who the hell would be ringing the doorbell of my new apartment? I asked myself. I crept downstairs and took a look through the peephole. There was a person out there. I was freaked out, but I asked, "Who is it?" Even I heard the fear in my voice. It was my friend, literally my best friend. He was one of the only ones who knew my address. "Why didn't you just tell me you were coming, man? It's the middle of the night," I said through the door. I tried to get a look at him, but it was dark and he had his hat pulled down. That didn't matter since we were friends. I mean, it was a little weird, but I've known him for years. "Hey, you did really well to get here in this storm, dude," I called out and started to unlock the door. That was the moment that something dawned on me. Best friend or not, why was he out here? Barely talking, not responding. And how did he make it here? I could still hear the ferocity of the typhoon against the door. Another odd thing, he didn't have a driver's license. Even if he somehow caught a bus, he would have had to walk for a long while. I didn't know the area all that well, but it seemed a bit too late for buses. Besides, who turns up in the middle of the night during a storm, unannounced? These were all red flags, and I didn't like it. What the hell was this? I brought my eye closer to the peephole. "Hey, bud, how'd you get here?" I asked cautiously. We fell into an awkward silence while the typhoon raged on. I brought my eye closer to the peephole. I wanted to get a closer look at him. His skin was disturbingly pale. It reminded me of a waxwork skin. His eyes flitted back and forth, as if they were remote-controlled. That wasn't my friend. I wasn't even sure if that was a human. It was pretending, whatever it was. I didn't let on that I was scared, but I was petrified. I watched that thing out there, which looked like my best friend, standing there, smiling insanely, occasionally twitching at the corners of its lips. I had to get away from the door once I saw that. I went into another room and tried my best to compose myself. I tried to think about what to do next. All the while, that friend thing repeated the same line it delivered earlier, as if it was all he knew, like an actor practicing lines. I called my friend, the one it was impersonating. He said that he wasn't at my house. I knew it wasn't him, but I had to be 100% sure. That thing was rather convincing. I went upstairs and back to bed, but sleep wouldn't come. I didn't know how long that thing stayed outside my door, but I heard it occasionally repeating its line. After a sleepless night, the sun rose and the typhoon subsided. It took a long while for me to get the confidence to approach the peephole, but when I did, I found that it was gone. This is my very first time posting anything, so forgive me if it sounds a tad awkward. The story I want to share occurred during the last half of 2021, when my partner and I lived in Australia. We rented my partner's grandparents' house after they were put into a nursing home. My partner was working as an EN, enrolled nurse, and usually returned around 7 p.m. I worked night shifts at a fueling station, but this happened on my night off. Our living room was a rectangle, and the north wall consisted of windows overlooking the front patio. To access the front door, one must walk up the driveway and directly past the front windows. The couches even faced those windows. If someone was in the living room, it was impossible to get by unnoticed. At 6:15 p.m., I was watching Dragon Ball Super in the dark, and the curtains had a gap big enough to see outside. That's when I heard the distinct sound of my partner's feet coming up the gravel driveway, opening the gate, and walking past the front window. I thought she'd gotten off early. I saw her walk past the gap in the curtains, but after a minute of total silence, I began to wonder why she wasn't coming inside. Curious, I went to the curtain and peeked outside. But to my surprise, she wasn't there. While pondering what just happened, I heard footsteps coming down the driveway, and to my utter bewilderment, it was her. Once inside, I asked if she forgot something in her car, but she hadn't. She'd just gotten off work, early. I didn't say anything when she asked why. There's more to it, but this was the first thing that happened, and the creepiest. I knew that 2022 was going to be a weird year, simply by how it started. Last year, I was finishing college. My roommate, who we'll call Sarah, worked as a full-time manager at some group home. Her hours were kind of all over the place. It wasn't unusual for her to sometimes be gone before I even woke up. One morning, I got up around 8 o'clock. I couldn't fall back asleep. I got up to go make coffee. My roommate's door was closed, so I just turned on the TV in my room and I started watching something, I think The Circle. I was propped up in my bed and the door was a quarter of the way open, facing the hallway. Around 9 a.m., I could hear my apartment door open. A few seconds later, my roommate walked by. She was wearing one of her winter coats. It was a large purple one, and it made that swooshing sound. She had on blue jeans. and she was carrying her large gym bag, the one that she always had. She looked at me, and she said, "Hey." I said hey back. She went into her room and then closed the door. This wasn't unusual behavior, as neither of us were really morning people. There wasn't a lot to talk about. We already knew we had plans for later that night. The only thing I found strange was that she was home so early. But I didn't think too much of it. As I said, her hours could sometimes be all over the place. After our brief interaction, I just continued watching my show. Finally, I left my room around 10:30. At that time, my roommate opened her door. Her hair was a mess. She was in her pajamas, and it was like her eyes had just woken up. I asked her if she'd just fallen asleep after she got home, and she looks at me and goes, "What are you talking about?" I'm like, "Did you work this morning? You came home early." She looked at me like I was crazy and said again, "What are you talking about? I just woke up." I told her what had happened, that she'd come home an hour or so ago, that we spoke briefly. She insists that she didn't go out the night before and that she'd fallen asleep around midnight. She said that she had to work at 3 that day, which she did end up doing that day. SARA isn't the type to joke around about this kind of stuff, and she looked genuinely confused. Also, I was up the entire time, since 8 or 8:30, so there's no way she could have slipped past me. We were on the 3rd floor. There's no way for her to slip out besides the apartment door. I still think that she thinks I was confused, but I know what I saw and heard. The lock on the apartment door, it's heavy. It always sounds really loud when someone unlocks it, and nobody else had a key besides my landlord, and it definitely wasn't him. I've seen posts about seeing coworkers or people in public in a time span that would be impossible. I just don't know what I actually saw. I wasn't stoned, drunk, or anything. The only thing in my body at that time was caffeine. I woke up last night and saw my dog waiting outside the door to be let in. But my dog was laying right next to me. Last night, I was sleeping on the couch because of an ant problem in my room. My dog is very clingy, so he never left my side that night. I woke up around 4 or 5 a.m. while it was still dark, and I saw my dog outside, sitting, peering at me through the glass door. I looked down. My dog is still laying by my side. No, I was not half asleep. I was fully awake. It was like a mirror reflection of what my dog looks like. It wasn't a fleeting image, corner of your eye type deal. It was there for a few minutes. At the same time, I hear what sounds like my mother, moving stuff around in other rooms. I called out to her, but no answer. She later tells me she was not awake. For some background info, I'm always watching horror movies, paranormal investigations. Doors are constantly being opened. I also cleanse my house very frequently, but I hadn't for a few weeks. I went back to sleep because this certainly wasn't my first or worst rodeo with the paranormal. But I was curious if anyone might know what exactly kind of entity that may have been, or if you've heard of anything similar. Just thought this might be interesting. I never knew what a doppelganger was until someone that I was friends with tried to tell me that Lindsay Lohan was her official doppelganger. Even then, I thought it was like a trend, just a weird name that people were giving lookalikes. Didn't think it was scary, didn't think much of it. honestly. Until I was about 22, so just under 10 years ago. I just moved out of my parents' house the year before and had been living with 2 friends in the downtown Seattle area, close to where we were all raised. This area was busy during the summertime. It's like when the sun comes out in Seattle, people finally leave their homes, all at once, and they just stay there, crowding up the streets with their seasonal joy, myself included. My friends and I had been drinking and eating most of the day at the Ballard Seafood Festival. When festivals like these happen, oftentimes they close off 1 or 2 relatively main streets to cars, and they open them up to pedestrians. At each end of the streets, you can find portable bathrooms, the porta potties. We'd made our way to the far end and decided that before circling back, we'd use the restrooms. On our way to do so, I see a friend working one of the vendor booths, so I stop to chat for a minute. My other 2 friends continue to the bathrooms. After saying goodbye to my friend, I too head that way. But, and I don't know how else to say this, but I felt suddenly like someone was gonna hurt me. At the very least, someone was intently watching me. Surrounded by probably hundreds of people, I realize no one's looking at me. So what is this feeling? But then, straight ahead, in almost perfect view from an almost perfect separation of the crowd, I see myself. I'm standing in front of me, and I have no idea what the fuck is going on. My shorts, my shirt, my fucking face. Looking at this person, me, it's making me physically ill, but I can't look away. I do the weirdest thing I've ever done in public, maybe, and I just stand there and close my eyes. I'm hoping that they're gone when I open them. They are. They're gone. I stumble over to a large tree. It's off to the side of the bathrooms. I lean against the tree and I try to catch my breath, because for some reason I'm out of breath, but I'm filled with that feeling again. It's like dread or something. It's telling me to move. Not with words exactly, but I know somehow I should move. And the moment that I do, a motorcycle comes flying through the pedestrian barricade and slams into the exact tree I was just leaning against. Plastic shards rip off the bike and onto the street, into the air. I feel bits bounce off of my arms as I shield my face. Standing there in shock, I realize this guy needs help, but I can't bring myself to move. I watch as several people grab the man and his bike. People are grabbing me, asking if I'm okay, but I can't speak. I hear 2 familiar voices, and it's my friends. They're freaking out, asking me what the hell happened. They get the story from the people around me. I'm just watching these people help this guy on the ground, and all I can think is, he's alive. That's good. I slowly start to walk away, and my friends follow, asking me things I can't answer or even comprehend. I make my way to the bathroom. I still have to pee. They stop with their accident questions and switch gears. Wait, why are you going to the bathrooms? Didn't you literally just do that? No, I say. The accident, remember? Well, yeah, but you came out of the bathrooms, right as Kelly did? No, I didn't. That's how we knew that you'd be over here, remember? No, I don't. You told us to meet you by the big tree next to the comic book store. So, it wasn't just me that saw me. Everyone saw me. My friends, they talked to me. Probably the worst thing to come out of this is that it showed me that my friends kinda suck. They didn't believe that it wasn't me that they talked to. And as much as I get that, it also hurt a lot at the time. Kinda still does, to be honest. Best thing to come out of it? Either my doppelganger was trying to kill me and failed, or somehow they were trying to save my life. And I'm okay not knowing which one it truly was. So today I was in my kitchen. I live in a small loft, and the smallest bedroom is like 3 feet from the edge of the island counter in my kitchen. I saw my 2-year-old walk from down the hallway where I had last seen her and into my daughter's room. I literally watched her for several seconds as she walked in my line of sight, into the room, and out of my line of sight. Something seemed off. But I was distracted with my task, so I just immediately told my 13-year-old, "Hey, toddler in your room," so she could check it out. 13-year-old was in the living room, which is joined to the kitchen area, so it didn't take but 20 seconds for her to get into her bedroom. She was like, toddler isn't in here. So we checked together, and she, the toddler, was still in her little bed in my room at the end of the hall, just vibing. Then it hit me. What was wrong? Toddler was wearing a pink footless zip-up sleeper today. When I saw her, she was wearing a teal blue sleeper with popsicle prints that she wears often. Being distracted, it didn't really click. Also, weirdly enough, she's a heavy walker, and when I saw her a minute before, she made no sound, which is probably why I noticed something was off. It also seemed like her being was slightly muted, color-wise. It seemed like a soft image, almost normal but slightly faded, like a camera filter. Enough for me to notice something was weird, but not instantly notice what, whilst I was distracted. This was broad daylight, by the way. I wasn't seeing things wrong. I even saw her smile a little. I saw her clearly, but it wasn't her. I've got no idea what to do with this. I have no history of hallucinations, etc. I'm not having a mental break, nor am I sleep deprived. Everything else is mostly normal. However, this event did remind me that 3 or so weeks ago, my 13-year-old was home alone. She heard my toddler giggling in our living room, even though we weren't home. Not many kids live in my building, but a few do, so I brushed it off as her mistaking someone in the hall for my kiddo. Now, I'm not so sure. When I was about 8 to 10 years old, I lived in a fucking horrifying apartment complex. So I'll tell one of my supernatural, paranormal stories that really freaked me out. So I'd just gotten to bed, and I made sure my curtains were closed all the way because I was terrified of being able to look out my windows while laying down. I always had a hard time going to sleep, but that night was different. I fell asleep easily. But I woke up in the middle of the night, I think. I remember I couldn't check the time because of how scared I was. When I woke, I kind of squirmed around and then finally opened my eyes. I noticed it was really dark. Soon enough, my eyes adjusted to the dark, and that's when I noticed something. By my closet was someone sitting down and staring at me. But it wasn't a stranger. I fucking knew this person. It was my mom. But at the same time, it wasn't my mom. Because for one, my mom wouldn't be in my room staring at me while I was sleeping and sitting on my bedroom floor. Also, it looked like my mom, but
its eyes were off. My mom has the most vibrant, pretty blue eyes. It had eyes that were darker, not too dark, but you could tell the difference. And it was looking at me like someone would if they were spaced out. It also had the most emotionless expression that my mom would never wear on her face. It scared the crap out of me. I kinda shifted over and looked towards my window where it wasn't at, and so it couldn't see my face. I noticed my curtains were opened a bit, where I could see outside, which also scared me. So I closed my eyes, trying to go back to sleep. Surprisingly, I fell asleep in almost an instant. When I woke up, no one was there. I didn't tell anyone about it until weeks later, and I told my mom during laundry when I noticed a shirt. It was the shirt that the thing was wearing. My mom kind of freaked out, and she told me to tell her stuff sooner.